let's go. Are you ready? You've been staring since I came in. I know you wanna get to know me. But honestly, I came with my girls, wanna dance by ourselves. Can't you tell? Baby, baby, I have thick skin. Yeah, I don't let things get to me. But do you want me to spell it out for you right now? I'm not feeling your vibe. Crystal clear that you're head over heels, but don't come any closer, my dear. Cause when I get mad, I cannot control what might happen. You think you can put your hands on my body. I'm no damsel in distress. Come too close, I might just lose it. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I think you're messing with the wrong girl. I bring the thunder, haven't you heard? But honestly, I just wanna dance with my girls here tonight. No man by our sides. Crystal clear that you're head over heels, but don't come any closer, my dear. Cause when I get mad, I cannot control what might happen. You think you can put your hands on my body. I'm no damsel in distress. Come too close, I might just lose it. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. Boy, you better sit down, you just shut your mouth. Cause I don't need a man to make me feel fine. Better sit down, you just shut your mouth. Yeah. You better sit down, you just shut your mouth. Cause I don't need a man to make me feel fine. Better sit down, you just shut your mouth. Yeah. You think you can put your hands on my body. I'm no damsel in distress. Come too close, I might just lose it. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. I knock you down like boom, 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 boom. Yeah. A spark turns into fire, and we're not sorry about it. If you're not sleeping tight, you know we're onto something. You hear the streets are crying, ocean turns into fighting. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Warning's been spread wide, you can't do none to stop it. Posing is bound to fight, but you're only causing riots. Words move from mouth to mouth. Justice is also troubling, all the way from north to south. It's been a long time coming. Take it to the streets, hit, control the lead. Take it to the streets, hit, control downtown, someone said that you're coming by. Let me know when you're here, meet me up for a smoke outside. I regret what I said, didn't mean it. Yeah, believe me, I guess I'll take it back. There's a party downtown, someone said that you're coming by. I know that summer was a big mistake. I just hope that we're still okay. You always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want. And I always pick you up and let you down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want to what we want. There's a party downtown, we are drunk and the music's loud. I forget that we're done, that you're back with your girlfriend now. For a minute, I'm back where we started, in that hallway. We couldn't keep our hands away from each other. Did you ever tell her I have to sleep in the bed I made? I don't sleep much at all these days, 'cause you always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want. And I always pick you up and let you down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want to what we want, to what we want, to what we want. There's a party downtown, really hope that you're coming by. But you always pick me up and let me down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want. And I always pick you up and let you down. We're spinning around, losing our minds. Damned if we do, damned if we don't, damned if we give in what we want to what we want.
Welcome one and all to Huntress Trials for July. My name is Counterfeit, filling in for today alongside Grace for today's first rounds of action. We've got two best of three for you today, and we're seeing a familiar face, or perhaps some familiar faces, returning in our very first game, aren't we, Grace?
We are indeed. Project X, who those of you who have seen the previous seasons may recognize. They were last season's winners. They came in first place, snuffling up that grand prize, and I'm sure they are here to try and do it all over again. But I will get back to Project X shortly, but they have a formidable opponent, in my opinion. It is Akuna Matata. I will say, actually, one thing that I'm finding quite interesting about this little matchup we're about to watch, ladies and gentlemen, is that Akuna Matata, they didn't do that great well last season. They did struggle a bit and they got knocked out in the round 16. But I have noticed there's a little bit of a roster change situation going down. So usually, if you see things like that, people are kind of swapping players out. They're going to see what they can work with, and maybe. And I do love an underdog story as well, Counterfeit. So potentially we will see the underdog rise up with their new roster and actually take down the Goliath of Project X.
Yeah,
Who can say?
We saw from looking at from the previous tournament, Project X are pretty titanic. If I remember correctly from what you were saying, they didn't lose a single game on the way to the finals before.
No, not at all. So obviously it's a best of three format, and they went 2-0 every single time 2-0. And if you look at the breakdown of those matches as well, it's very indicative as to why that happened. 9 times out of 10 the players are so evenly balanced, especially in terms of kills per round. Last time when it got to the grand final, I think the second map, Cinnamon, absolutely just went wild, just completely wild. I think it averaged out as a 1.22 kills per round, which is insane, especially if you think about how long those games tend to go on for. To still go positive with that is always a very, very good sign. She just went 0 to 100 essentially. So will we see more of that today, do you reckon?
I mean, I think there's a very good chance of that being so. It's worth mentioning, of course, before we get into the first game. So over the course of today, we'll be covering this. We've already had, I believe, the round one. There's just a couple of matches in round one. So today, starting now is our first kind of proper full round. There'll be also the quarterfinals following this. And if you can make it from this game, which is of course a pretty big ask, onto the next game, and then onto tomorrow, that's when you get to access the £2,000 prize pool, which is there for the top 4.
Ooh, which again, we do love the fact that there is a hefty prize pool for this tournament, and it certainly helps as well when you're playing in a tournament like this. It's very eyes on the prize. Get yourself a little shopping money. I think most people can appreciate that. But no, there's obviously a lot of different teams, a lot of different organizations actually getting involved as well, which is always a great sign. And I think this is going to be a good one. And again, I do love an underdog story, so I do hope Akuna Matata have something a little secretive up their sleeve that they're willing to bring to the table. But I do think it's going to be very much the David and Goliath story here, and what a match to actually start us off on. Again, Project X, loads of people are going to recognize them from last season, so I think a lot of Project X fans, presumably in the chat probably right now, going absolutely wild. So very exciting stuff indeed.
Yeah, so if there aren't, I imagine by the end of today there will be. Looking through the performance of the previous time round, it was honestly pretty eye-watering. You mentioned Cinnamon. There are various different players racking up some pretty insane score lines by the end. But it's worth mentioning that I believe we are, while this is best of 3, I believe this is single elimination we're playing today. So it's always possible, unlikely, but possible, that Project X could get taken out really early on into the competition and shock absolutely everybody.
I mean, Project X, an amazing team, an amazing bunch of people, but I love the upsets. And if Akuna Matata, or even, if Akuna Matata can't do it today, if there is a little upset the next round, I think that's always good for the good old storyline, isn't it? So, but again, Project X, they are a formidable force, and we could even be cast as cursing at this point, so I don't want to say too much, but no, it's just they are a very, very good team. And even, with those by the book styles of, map picks and things like that, they just seem to do so well every single time. And I think, yeah, Akuna Matata, I think they have to really put their thinking hats on here. I as well, the thing is, I think sometimes in terms of play styles and things like that, I think if you are going against a more aggressive team that are a bit more fluid with everything, and they will just come stampeding through and send in, people like Cinnamon as an example. And if you play it a little bit more structured and a little bit more safe, and you play objective more than, control, if you rush objective, sometimes you can then make things work in your favor. I think a lot of the time I say time is the sixth defender almost, because you end up in a situation where you force that time in your favor, and then it's like, okay, the defenders, instead of preventing you from getting the spike down, they then have to work, and the spike's the one that they are impacted by, actually not you. So yeah, if my best advice I think to Akuna Matata right now is just rush plant, like just go for it, just rush objective and try and get that spike down as soon as possible, and hope that you can give it your all. Try and waste as much time as possible. If you have to go for those gunfights, just be a bit more safe, hold those angles, don't try and go for anything too insane. But again, we'll see what they do, because again, Nutty has been swapped out for Xylene, and Mitsu has been swapped out for Melee. I'm very excited to see what these two players also have to bring to the table today, and throughout this tournament as well, if they do win here. So yeah, very exciting stuff, actually. Very exciting indeed. And it's a beautiful sunny weekend here in the UK to go along with it too. So vibes are high, ladies and gentlemen. Vibes are high.
Yes, I mean, it's a wonderful weekend to stay indoors. And
a great weekend to stay indoors and play video games.
Yes, 100%. You feel, obviously, if you're gonna make a statement with your playing of video games, you want to make sure that it's not like it's like a rainy day. It's not like a lowest priority. It's a highest priority for you. You say, nah, outside's for other people.
I could get the fresh air. I could get the suntan, but no, we're gonna stay inside today. We're gonna stay inside. We're gonna win the prize for the Huntress trials. That's what we're gonna do. No, all in good fun.
So we've got a little bit more time to work with. I believe that we have got the reports on the maps which were picked and banned for this first series today. So again, we're covering 2 series today, 2 series tomorrow. So what have we got the listing for what Akuna Matata and Project X have banned and picked? Let's see. Looks like we've got the first map is going to be, I believe, Ascent, with Akuna on the attacker side. And there we go. Lovely.
There we go.
Haha! Ask and we shall receive, I suppose. So there we go. Project X banning out Bind, and Akuna banning out Split.
Absolutely. And, that is always a bit of a fun one, really, in my opinion, because it's going to make, I think when you immediately ban a map like Bind, you're kind of being more, no, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Bind, in my opinion anyway, I do think it can be a little bit more of a level playing field. So to ban out Bind just feels a little bit like, no, we are going to get very, very stuck in with you right now. But then obviously Split being taken away as well leaves us with, drumroll please, and there we go. Ascent and Breeze. So, I mean, Breeze, it's a new map, and I think a few players in comp especially, I think they're still trying to work out the nooks and crannies with it. It depends really how much for team scrimmage, to be honest, but I think Ascent's a really good one for Project X to start on. And them going a bit more by the book with it and choosing to start there. And obviously, Akuna will be starting on attack there.
Yeah, I particularly like the Breeze pick for for Hakuna Matata, as you said, if the teams aren't, quite as set in their ways, they're not going to be quite as crisp from there. It definitely feels like if you're the underdog team, exactly as you said, you want to try and throw as much chaos into the mix as possible. You want to try and flip as many coins as you can, and I think the newest map is the best place to be doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, well, to be fair, that's a really good point. That is a really, really good point. And I did say Hakuna Matata, maybe they've got something very sneaky up their sleeve that they're about to bring to the table. So maybe it is more of a kind of, well, what I would love to see is if they've focused on scrimming out this map, and then they do bring the old razzle dazzle, as I like to call it, then they just completely take Project X by surprise. And again, it will be the second map, so if they don't do a good job on this first one, at least they can have that up in their belt, up in their arsenal, and drag it to map number 3, and potentially stop Project X from just stampeding ahead yet again on constant 2-0s. I think that if they even are able to do that, I think that would be, an admirable thing to come away from. Like, yeah, we lost, but we stopped their weird, stampede through, almost, I guess is what you could call it. Where they are just constantly going through every bracket of every tournament on 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes, definitely.
Yeah, no, I'm just absolutely right. That's the first objective here for Hakuna Matata, is to break the winning streak of Project X. I mean, it's a hell of a thing to ask for in your first match of the tournament, to go up against the previous tournament winners and attempt to do what no other team in the entirety of the previous tournament could do. But hey, hopefully they're up for the challenge. It's certainly going to be a pretty tough showing here. Of course, as we mentioned before, we're keeping our eyes closely out for Cinnamon, who has done some pretty amazing performances before.
Oh, absolutely.
Hopefully, for the Hakuna Matata, they won't be the same again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, it's... at the risk of sounding a bit too much like a fangirl, I suppose, I absolutely do want to see Cinnamon just absolutely pop off. I think it's very exciting when you see a player like that who has been so consistent, show up in the way that you expect them to. I think it almost sometimes players do feel the pressure. And, to be fair, it's not just Cinnamon, it's Smurfette as well. Because I think even Smurfette, these players were in even from the first season, I'm pretty sure. And they've just consistently been good. The roster is constantly working together. They're constantly, entering together. And I'm assuming that they scrim out the 9s half the time. So again, you've got this, and this is another thing that slightly concerns me, I guess, for the side of Hakuna Matata. Not only are you going against, arguably one of the best teams in the tournament, you're going against a team who've been together for so long and worked together for so long, whilst you've just had a roster change yourself. So sometimes yes, it can benefit teams to change their roster, but also it depends on how much work, how much scrim time you've put into it. To actually be in a place where you're like, yeah, let's go and win, basically. So yes. we will see. All
right, so we get ready for the first push in on the pistol round. Of course, we'll get a chance to talk in a minute a little bit about what agents have been brought to the field. But it's looking like the A site's actually going to be left pretty much open here by Project X. There's a lot of tripwires and stuff being put on there, but it does allow for Hakuna Matata to make the first move.
I love the fact that they fully rush. It's kind of like I said, if you can... There we go, spike planted. That's what I said. If you can go and you focus objective so much like that, you force the time into your favor. The defender, the timer becomes the sixth attacker, rather. So that's really, really a brilliant start for Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, so not showing any intimidation, facing down on one of champions. It's an even trade by Hakuna Matata, managing to keep themselves up alive with fighting it down in hell. Smurfette fires in, and wow, okay. I don't think anyone would have predicted that Hakuna Matata would take the first round of the tournament.
They wouldn't, but this is... Oh, okay, I'm getting excited now. Oh my goodness. Okay, yes, let's go. This is exactly what I said. The best way for David to beat Goliath, just rush site as a stack, plant, force for time to be the sixth attacker, hold angles. That's exactly what they did. They took down Cinnamon, of all people, as the opening pick as well. took down Cinnamon, which, you know, taking, you know, one of the strongest players off that roster immediately off the board. I cannot emphasize enough how good an opening round that was for Hakuna Matata.
Alright, so it's now going to have to be followed up on. You can see that Project X is being more careful this time to get a spread across, but Cinnamon drops straight away heading into the round. Hakuna Matata, I mean, it's so hard not to follow on the name with the song, but perhaps we get to do so at the end.
Perhaps we will do a little sing-song for everyone.
Something to look forward to.
I don't actually know the lyrics to Hakuna Matata, I don't think.
Oh,
I only know that one line, I'll have to Google it. Ooh!
Well, we'll learn it, I suppose, through their players. Hakuna Matata, they managed to put Project X onto the back foot here. We can see as well that Smurfette has taken a little bit of damage on the Jet, so Hakuna Matata needs to be careful here, or they're going to get, I think, pressed off of the point. See, Project X, they're not quite sure where the attack's coming through, split across A and D.
Yeah, it's a lot more patient this time, I'd say. And again, there we go, flurry of kills coming through. Smurfette's managing to get the pick onto Kirabo as a little bit of retaliation, but there we are. The spike is planted, and it's a 1vx situation, all to go for. There we go, gets one. Can she get the other three?
Yeah, Smurfette not looking at all intimidated, but it's still a very strong round from Hakuna Matata here. Just keep three members standing up and keep working themselves forward. Smurfette gets kill number 3. You don't mess with her. Going to be charging onto the point, hunting for more members of Hakuna Matata, but aim is there to make sure there's no miracle.
Yes, indeed. Amy waiting patiently in the shadows, like a goblin. No, do you know what? So far, this is going really well for Hakuna Matata. Only 2 rounds in, but I would say that is fair going. And again, I just want to emphasize, we did say, you know, Cinnamon, really good player, Smurfette, really good player. You know, Smurfette did a good job there of trying to clean up those attackers and, you know, go for the eventual defuse, but unfortunately, yeah, couldn't quite find any of the rest of the players towards the end and just got caught slightly off guard by Amy. But yeah, I don't think that was an admirable attempt at bringing it back, to be honest. Excuse the pun.
We'll see how many more puns we can fit in as Project X, they are not messing around here. They're going to be coming and charging out. We know that they've got less equipment by a long way, but that's not stopped them from grabbing hold of a trade kill.
No, certainly not. And I mean, it's interesting because I think Project X actually today, their first match was actually a bye. So this is technically their first match of the day. And, you know, so far, Spike's gone down 3 times in a row. So, you know, a little bit, maybe they're just feeling a little bit rusty with it. Cinnamon's going to take a pick there, though, and, you know, Glance is going to take down Xylene, but it's immediately traded back a Cinnamon force to Kira. Are they going to be able to go for the defense?
Reimer
well, no.
Their own triple kill. Apparently, it's all about the Jets here today.
I genuinely, I think, as I say, these roster changes, I'm wondering how much of an impact that's actually had on it.
Yeah, it's working out pretty well. I mean, Reimer, 5 kills, now has the most in the game, actually outperforming Smurfette, who, as we've seen, you know, has died 3 times already, of course, with those 3 lost rounds. Coming into this round, though, with Project X, they are coming in fully equipped. They are not going to back down. This should, for their sake, be the turning point.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think May's been, so far, a pretty decent pickup as well. You know, obviously swapping out Mitsu for Melee. But, yeah, up there in the kind of mid-table for their scoreboard. But, ooh, little bit of a standoff there. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, we have hyped up Project X a lot. But so far, it's more how reactive they're being, I think, that is hindering them slightly at times. But Smurfette is going to find a nice little pick there, and Kim's going to follow it up as well by taking down Reyna, so, you know. Oh, well, one attacker is now remaining. Kira on that Reyna, and Smurfette is going to say a good night. No more rounds for you, Hakuna Matata. that is Project X getting their first round on the table.
Oh my gosh, so apparently it seemed like Smurfette offended by the idea they could be outperformed in this game. Said, alright, triple kill's not good enough, I guess I'll go for a quadra. Don't make me pull out the penta, because I will.
I respect it. But no, this is
Gosh.
yeah, that was, you know, maybe this is where the Weetabix finally kicks in, the porridge finally kicks in, you know?
Oh,
Takes a bit of time. Takes a bit of time for it to settle, you know? And then eventually you find a way you pop off.
Alright, so yeah, Project X with a clean ace off the last round, of course, means they come in with all of their equipment intact to get to build up their bank balance a little bit that was suffering from before. Hakuna Matata, they started off well, but they've already dropped a member before the first real engage, and the second as well. Project X seem to be coming to life.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's difficult because what I've noticed, okay, obviously this is only second round at time. We're going to see a cheeky res there as Amy is going to get picked up by Zerlene, but you know, when they start to see their players drop, it's like a little bit, you see it get a little bit chaotic on the side of Hakuna Matata. They can't react as, you know,
that's done.
As fluidly, and there we go, Cinnamon is going to shut down Rima as well. How do you like them apples?
Yeah, this is certainly turning sour pretty fast for Hakuna Matata. I think as you said before, Project X, they've got the experience as a squad, as a 5. I think that's what's coming to bear here, is they're not crumbling under this early rounds being lost, but instead are getting stronger.
And Cinnamon has most certainly woken up now, and there's a second one for her. Can she get this trade though? She needs to take down Xylene. I think Xylene is actually unaware of the positioning of Cinnamon. Left. Oh, you know, I think she actually feels that she might be getting pushed up upon Cinnamon. It looks like she's going to take a bit of a tactical timeout, and I suppose this is the moment where Project X, do they rush her and try and get the kill? Yes, they do. There is Cinnamon. Cinnamon, the kill goblin that she is being this match. Oh my goodness, there we go.
Well, they've certainly managed to match up to the performance of Smurfette. It seems like Project X now recovering themselves with huge bank balances as well. Seem to be competing with each other as much as they are with Hakuna Matata to try and make the biggest impact early.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's kind of this idea as well that, you know, Smurfette and Cinnamon, between the two of them, we're just about to get to the halfway mark of this half. And, you know, 1.6, 1.2 kills per round. And they're doing the work. And even more work is being done. Cinnamon finally set down after that cheeky 3K, and poor Xylene, again, she's in a 1vx situation, ultimately taken out by Smurfette. If Cinnamon's not there, there is the Smurfette. If Smurfette's not there, there is Cinnamon.
Good grief. We can see Smurfette nearly 8k in the bank right now. This is truly an overwhelming lead. Hakuna Matata, they have got enough saved up to be able to acquit themselves coming into this round. So maybe, just maybe, with 3 rounds apiece, this is a chance for Hakuna Matata to shock us once again.
I'm just curious, really, what Hakuna Matata could do right now to kind of try and pull it back. Because again, it's kind of the cracks are starting to come through a little bit. And again, it's a shame really, because they did so well the first 3 rounds, and now they've, you know, Project X have evened it out again, and it's almost like they've become a bit more passive than they were being.
No, I agree. It's but with Hakuna Matata, they have actually managed to draw even this round with the res being burnt as well. So Project X, maybe, I don't know, Grace, I don't know if this is the case, but certainly Project X would be very much justified in coming to this first game, thinking this was pretty much a done deal. Perhaps a little less so.
I mean, again, I feel like there's no surprise in me whatsoever that Project X have suddenly, you know, warmed up, woken up, and they are being, you know, severely strong. But I do love the underdog story, and I do hope Hakuna Matata can keep pulling rounds in their favour.
So Killjoy's not going to catch him though. Smurfette is dropped, but here it comes to get up into safety. And oh my lord, Project X, when they go for the finish there, they do it extremely quickly.
They do, yeah. And again, they've just overtaken Hakuna Matata, and you know what though? I think they'll be fine. I think Hakuna Matata, even if they you know, don't win this first map, is, as I say, the second one. It feels like they might have a little summit up their sleeve, and I could just start quoting the lyrics to Hakuna Matata to you, but I did Google them. I Googled them just for you. I hope you appreciate that.
I do. I hope you sneak them in ways that only people who are really paying attention will make sense. That's the the secret sauce. I mean, for Hakuna Matata, they're certainly going to need a fight song at this point. They've got no money left. They've got no guns left either. It feels like they're at least going to give across a few more rounds before they can really get back into a position where they can start fighting back.
Ooh, well, how can you fight back when Smurfette's gonna get a pick like that? This is excellent. This is what I want to see. Push together. Push as a group. This is their best bet here. But Roxy is actually going to be ready and waiting and shut down Rima. She's also going to shut it down. Wow. Kira and Amy as well. That was a ratty angle. Not gonna lie. That was a bloody ratty angle, but we appreciate it.
You hate to see it when someone's like, okay, first one for the group, first one for the door gets killed by someone to the side. The next person's like, don't worry, I got this. And the second person goes through, does exactly the same way. The third person surely has to be at that point like, maybe this was a mistake.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, isn't it, where obviously with Valorant as well, it's hard to kind of swing out and get the pre-fire if you don't have the exact positioning, but you would assume the call-out would have come through to an extent there. And, you know, not let them get free kills. But, you know, I think what they're doing here is perfect. You know, I think their best bet comes when they do push together. Because then it's, you know, you can kind of force those, you know, 5v2 situations, and you know, even if you lose one or so players, you can still try and force the spike to be planted, which is exactly what they've done. And now it's a retake situation yet again. And if Hakuna Matata lose this now, I will be surprised, because I think genuinely this is their best shot. And well, there we are. Vance and Cinnamon are going to start this off. Rima's going to trade it out immediately though, and oof, rushy, cheeky defuse. It's a 3v3, but the defuse is happening because no one is stopping it!
Remaining.
The Killjoy does its job. It's a last second attempt, but no, it's not quite good enough. And you're right, a big opportunity there for Hakuna Matata. They set themselves up so well on the A site, but it's hard to deal with the Killjoy when you can't, you know, when you have to either get off the site or you've just done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's just like, the thing is, it does baffle me sometimes when I watch these ladies play, because I'm just like, teach me, please teach me. Some of the shots they're landing, I'm just like, okay, I see you. Yeah, makes me feel like I just have like no eyes.
Well, no, I think you're genuinely right. Like, it's a fundamentally different experience for all of the players here than it would be for, you know, for anybody else coming in. You know, they generally just see things that we don't see, and that's why we tend to defer to their plays even when they don't make sense to us.
It's just, yeah, it's Smurfette here with the operator as well. Like, I always think it's funny with like Valorant, especially what would happen if they allowed for, like, I don't know, operator bans or something like that would be interesting. Or agent bans rather than operator, sorry, siege brain.
So you really hate sniper rifles, huh?
It would be interesting to see if comp would eventually do something like that though.
I think it seems like it's happened for most other games over time. But I guess we'll have to see. So right now, for Hakuna Matata, they have got a way onto the B site. They're going to have to get past Glance, but that's it right now. They may not realise this opportunity is there for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
30 seconds left.
Is that a long flank? Oh no, it's long flank. I was like getting a little bit concerned then, and Roxy's going to pick up a second there. Can they get the plant down though? Can they get the plant down? There's members on the B site, and they definitely have the room.
Last
As long as they can
player
deal with the
standing.
Sova at the back of the site there, which, well, gonna take down Rima, and there we go. Unfortunately close, but no cigar. I think, you know, the plant went down, and that's still admirable. It is just the fact that as soon as you get that plant down, as I said, you know, earlier, you've got to be holding those angles, and you've got to be making sure that you're ready for that push from those defenders. Especially because, yeah, that was like a back push. It wasn't anything too catching you off guard, you know? I know, it's interesting. I think, yeah, as I said, their main thing I think that would benefit them is just if they flood together, get the spike rushed, but it's that post plant sometimes that seems to be getting a bit squiffy now. But they did such a good job of it in the first 3 rounds. Pressure's on, I suppose.
Careful now.
Someone's going to pick up that first kill as... Every round I'm just kind of looking to see, you know, who's going to become, you know, go for the threat, who's going to get taken out by the Smurfette side. I mean, Cinnamon does get taken down, so Smurfette trades back across very early on.
One enemy
Going to
remaining.
push out aggressively into mid, actually missing a shot there, but Kim, as it's a flawless round for Project X, much more like what
Last
we expected
round
coming
in
into
the
game.
half.
Yeah, but again, you can... The way that they're doing so far, it's very obvious, and I hope a lot of people can see why Project X, you know, why they won last season, but again, why they are presumably, you know, favorites to win this season as well. They are just... As soon as they get that ball rolling, it just becomes like an avalanche, to be honest. It's not even like the snowball has become like an even bigger snowball. It's like, no, half the mountain is falling on you at this point.
Turrets destroyed.
It's got to feel that way for a Kunama Tata, especially considering how it started. Now they're facing down the full fury of Project X. You see Glance dropping down the Huntress Fury and making sure the B site is cleared out. Now Kunama Tata, they are desperately trying to scramble to get onto the A site, where they will have the numbers advantage. Of course, the Killjoy deployables gonna make it a little awkward. Might be good.
One enemy remaining.
Oh no, never mind.
Roxy with the cheeky free game at the end, shutting down any faith that we had left that Hakuna Matata could get that in the bag. But I mean, yeah, it's starting to look a little bit risky biscuits now. It's starting to look a little bit risky biscuits. And again, I really do love the little roster change, and I think that the one thing I am curious for is, you know, if this Hakuna Matata roster sticks, you know, going forward, how their progression is going to be. I have a good feeling about it. I can feel it in my jellies. I've got a good feeling about it. But again, it is just unfortunate that they are the first show match of the day going against Project X, who are the Cthulhu team of this tournament. They are just rising from the deep and destroying everything.
Yes, they may have been all kinds of napping in the early rounds, but certainly as we head into the second half, perhaps this can be a change of pace for Kunama Tata. They certainly did well on the pistol round before. This time it seems like Project X are the first ones onto the B site. They're going around as a group, and May is the first to drop.
Yep, so, you know, opening pick going in favor of Project X. But
And concealment.
hopefully, you know, the little bit of the standstill we're seeing now as they swap their push. Oh, they have full site control actually, so never mind. Plant presumably can start going down now because Hakuna Matata are absolutely stuck in the back of the map. Spike has gone down. It's now a retake situation, and look at how these ladies are positioning themselves. We're even seeing the long flank go through there towards mid, and oh, it's not looking great, is it?
No, I mean, such great map play from Project S. It feels like they completely outmaneuvered Hakuna Matata, who were not ready for a full transition.
One enemy remaining.
And Roxy and Glance all pick up kills here as the Hakuna Matata squad. Alright, Grace, we hoped maybe things would turn around in the second half. It seems like that's very much not going to be the case.
No, and again, I feel such sadness in my heart, genuinely, for Hakuna Matata. And again, as I said at the start, I would have loved for them to have taken this first map, and I did feel that maybe it would be a little bit closer, but it's getting, you know, further and further towards, you know, the map being over, that I feel a little bit concerned. And if anything is to say now, I really hope that second map they do have something up their sleeve.
I'm just thinking back at this. I believe that for Hakuna Matata, they haven't won a round since that first burst of rounds to start off the game.
No, but again, it's because they had the right idea and they were coming in really strong, and then I think there were just a few rounds where, you know, Cinnamon and Smurfette would have sat there and just absolutely just landing the most disgusting of shots, and it can be a little bit breaking on the mental. So you try something else, but it's like, realistically, I don't think they should have tried to switch up anything they did. I think that, you know, going for that same kind of like aggressive, okay, we just need to rush a little bit, maybe get absolute site control, get the plant down, and then hold those angles. But I mean, they weren't really being allowed to do anything else. Because when they go for these kind of split pushes, or they try and get a little bit of control map wide first, they just get taken out individually. I think this is the thing, if you can have someone there for the refrag, then like your job is like 97 times easier, even if you do die. And so yeah, if they're splitting up too much, I think that's gonna be a little bit risky biscuits, because you are going against players like Cinnamon and Smurfette, and they will just knock your head off.
At least coming into this round for Hakuna Matata, they do have the equipment advantage. Project X keeping hold of what they've been using in the early rounds means that when it comes to a straight firefight, maybe Hakuna Matata, if they can, you know, find an advantage fight, they come back. Hunt is good though on the B side. Project X in full control. On the side of the cover, cleaning up. They do get a couple of kills back in, but it's a short-lived visit to perhaps the victory cabinet. 2 kills for 5 onto match point already. Project X, apparently they've got places to be.
I mean, this is it, isn't it? Like, again, as we've mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, they are a team who won last season, and it was 2-0 every single time. They were taking every single map that they went on last season. I really want to emphasize that point and underline it several times with red pen for you all right now. Like, they are disgusting. They are like such a disgusting team, and I think again, you know, it's always good experience ideally to go against a team like Project X. You're going to get, you know, thrown out about a bit, but you don't get better with winning all the time, really, do you?
Down B.
Okay, wait a second, Rena is apparently not totally done here. Chose the very last moment to come online. So it's 4 versus 2. Project X, could they have that incredible streak of games broken here? Him firing down into the darkness does manage to still pick up the kill. Now it's 2v2.
Yeah, and 2v2, and, you know, Spike still has to go down, about 50 or so seconds on the clock, so it's not too bad. Still a lot of time to work with for the attackers. You know, they just have to be a bit patient here. But we do see this long flank kind of coming through, which this is where it could get a little bit risky biscuits.
Oh yes, and I do apologise, I can't even count. It's 3 versus 2 in the front of Project X. I was trying to test to see if, obviously, you
if
know,
my maths were working.
I know, we've already established that.
Me, not again.
I know, it's all part of the plan. Reba gets kill number 4. The Hakuna Matata, they get the win. They've waited to the last possible second to come back in this game.
No, good job there. Good job indeed. And again, that's gonna raise the spirits a little bit in the old Discord, in the old TeamSpeak, whatever they're using. It's gonna raise the spirits up, keep those vibes high, and again, you know, it's just being reactive to whatever Project X are bringing to the table. But Project X, they are a team that can easily do a spirit push. And they can. It's difficult because, again, I don't want to sound like I'm kind of like, you know, being a massive Project X fangirl, but they are just built different. Simply
sure.
put, they are just so
You're dead.
fluid with everything they do, and certainly, you know, make it look easy. But Amy is going to get the opening pick for the side of Hakuna Matata this time, and off to a good start, really, because again, there's a bit of a standstill here, They do have majority of the control. Cinnamon is going to take down Amy, but Eileen and Rima are going to immediately trade that back. How would you like them apples?
Apparently, it looks like Hakuna Matata are not quite done here as of yet. Saying, you know, it's still very likely that Project X take this particular game, but if you're going to lose, at least make sure you're going to lose on the back of several surprising wins. Him up the top. It's going to be, well, Hakuna Matata. They're still in the play.
And, you know, I'm happy about that. I am happy about that. Again, I love to see the underdog do well, and it's like the pressure is on so much right now. So much. Project X are in a really, really comfortable position. You know, just have to snuffle up one more round. And it's this idea that if you're in those like situations as Hakuna Matata are, your heart's pretty much coming out of your chest at this point, isn't it?
I mean, that's the kind of, you know, the concern, isn't it? When you're, you know, you're in your team, that, you know, you found your way back into this game. How much of your team's energy do you expend on a situation where you're this far behind, and any slip at all means that you're done?
But again, if they do drag it back to, you know, even, then
Spike down B.
I'll be on the edge of my chair. So many things can happen, but the plant is going down. Tim has planted that spike very firmly upon the B side, and now it is a retake situation. It is a 4v4 though.
Hakuna Matata. They're waiting for the perfect moment to strike. There will be quite a lot of coverage on the site. Nice use of the wall to block up. Here around the corner, gets the first kill, but can't quite get the second. Project X down to 2 members. It's gonna be 2 versus 1. Smurfette is barely alive and drops. Hakuna Matata in time for the defuse as well. Keep on defying our expectations.
It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
Really?
You're welcome.
I feel enlightened.
You are so welcome.
I'm on the hype train now. Hakuna Matata. These are some wonderful plays.
But I was a young warthog. Sorry, I'll stop that.
I mean, if there's a time in our casting career to be making these jokes, it's right here and now. As Hakuna Matata, they've made us believers. Maybe we shouldn't be believing them, but right now I think both of us are.
I believe, as I say, I love the underdog story. If they can pull it back, if they can keep going, if they can keep fighting by the skin of their teeth, that is going to be an incredible opening match for us today, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be, one would say, poggies.
One might say.
One might say it would be poggies.
As my parents were fond of saying, that's absolutely pog sauce.
But no, we're seeing a lot of patience come through here by Project X. You know, as I say, they know they are still at that advantage. They can take all the time in the world. They are the more experienced roster as a whole. And they can just, you know, slow and steady wins the race, as the fables say. At the same time, Hakuna Matata, no worries for the rest of your days. They are pulling up a fight now. They know that the pressure is on, and they are dealing so well with this pressure.
And you have to wonder at what point in this game, you know, how many rounds is it going to take until Project X start to doubt themselves? Perfect does get the first kill though. Maybe the dream is over. Amy will drop down the killjoy, and the wall there to protect it as well. But I think she's going to be going through anyway. Hakuna Matata, it's 4 versus 3. The spike is on the site. Retake needs to happen. Kim drops. So it takes down to 3 members. Here is off the field though. Smurfette hiding down in hell. This seems like one hell of an ask here. Maybe he does get red though. But it's going to be an even trade down to just Rima left standing, but they drop the
Attackers
3
win.
of a first game victory against Project X is over. The Grace. This is only our first game of a best of 3. We barely even started here today.
Do you know what? It is only, only game 1, and it is a best of 3. And again, I feel it in my jellies. I hope Hakuna Matata, when we go to the second map, I hope they've got something up their sleeve. But again, this should prove to you all why Project X are Project X, to be honest. They were the winners last season, and they are, the favorites to win this season for a reason. They are just disgusting. It is a disgusting roster. They are... Teach me, honestly. Like, I can't. Smurfette and Cinnamon, between the two of them, like, I would not want to run into them in a dark alleyway, let me say. Like, there are just moments where they know exactly when to time that aggression. They know exactly when to time that patience. It's just so fluid. And yeah, I think, no surprises there that, of course, Project X are going to take this first map, and it was their map pick, so, very well versed on it, obviously. But, going over to Breeze, I am curious to see how that new map's going to favour them.
Yes, it'll be very fascinating to see. I mean, certainly, Hakuna Matata, they've shown us a tremendous amount of fighting spirit in our first game of the day. As you said, though, we're going to have 2 best of 3s, and we've only got the first game of our first best of 3 done. We could just maybe go all the way to 3 games in our first one, if perhaps Breeze goes better. I want it too, as well. But we do need to take a small break while the teams and ourselves do get set up for the second game. So please do not go anywhere. We're only just getting started here today. If our first game's anything to go by, this is going to be one hell of a Huntress trial.
Cause yeah, sometimes we'll feel alone. In a second I'll be right there. Turn around, let it rain. Turn around and let it rain on me. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. I'm not leaving without a fight. Now you're always on my mind. Turn around, hold me tight. Turn around and we will be alright. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? You said she was just a friend, and I remember thinking the worst at first, but you made me think it was in my head. Yeah, you just said that I was crazy. I thought that I was crazy. I can't sleep alone, 'cause if I do, I'll think of you. The nights are so long, wondering if you miss me too. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. For a while I'm fine, but as soon as it gets quiet, I know I'm screwed. Ooh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Hear my heart break. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? Oh, I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? The sound of my heart breaking. If only I could make you change your mind. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. It's over. Is it over now? If only I could make you change your mind. I'm losing myself in the city sounds. It's over. I can hear my own heart breaking. Do you hear the sound of my heart breaking over you? They keep on telling lies. That is how we stay alive. So you know that I don't mind about what is wrong and what is right.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Huntress Trials for July. We have seen our first game going through, but up until the very last moment, we weren't 100% certain of who was going to be the winner.
Absolutely. I think we all wanted the cheeky little comeback to come through. I think, yes, some of you in the old Chatteroony also thought the same. Again, if Hakuna Matata would have pulled that back even more than they had, it would have been absolutely mind-blowing. I would have been screaming my lungs out. But I think for them to actually pull it back a little bit like they did is still an admirable attempt. Obviously, again, I keep saying it's for David and Goliath situation, but it absolutely is. So again, Project X, they are last season's winners. They are the favourites to win. And Hakuna Matata, they didn't do as well last season. They were knocked out. Just going to recap it all for you guys now. They were knocked out last season around round 16, but they have had a roster change. So I suppose they're holding to keep hold of their breaches a bit longer this time. And again, this is their map pick we're about to go in to. And they started off so strong on the last map. If they can start off again strongly and then just not let that momentum fall, not try and change it up a bit too much, because I think that's majority where they failed, but I wouldn't say failed, but where they kind of went wrong last time was that they tried to then mix it up. Project X saw these opportunities and just grabbed them. They grabbed hold of them like they were grabbing hot cakes on a Sunday. So it was a bit disappointing there for probably Hakuna Matata. And I am hoping, this being the new map of the map pool, I'm hoping that they've got a little summit up their sleeves. They're going to bring the old razzle dazzle. They thought of some interesting strategy here, but I still think that for the most part, they're starting on defense this time, so I wouldn't say that they should focus objective. But I think when it does go to their attack, that's when they definitely should. And I'm excited to see what they bring to this defense, to be honest, to counterfeit. I really am excited to see what they bring to this defense. So yeah, exciting stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, to look back over the previous game, we talk about razzle dazzle. Certainly Smurfette brought the razzle, Cinnamon brought the dazzle, but you also had to deal with Roxy as well. So you had 3 different members of the Project X team who were all terrifying threats.
Absolutely, and you know, I think that just again is a very good sign of how scary that team is. And I think, again, if I were the side of Hakuna Matata, I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe it wasn't great, like a 13-6, it's not what we wanted. But again, at the same time, you know, they really did hold their own in a lot of those moments. And it's those experiences sometimes, like I say it all the time, you do not learn and you do not get better unless you are sometimes getting thrown about a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, certainly what we saw, you know, those moments of brilliance that the Hakuna Matata team had were, you know, absolutely fantastic. It looks to be that Hakuna Matata are also going to be picking up a mostly similar lineup to before. You know, Arena, their top performer, along with Kira, on the same picks they were on before, Jet and the Reyna. So they've got, again, the chance to make that same level of impact in this second game.
Absolutely, but again, for the side of Project X, they're going into this on attack. They're probably going to send in, you know, Smurfette and Cinnamon first, which again is very, very scary. Obviously, the 2 of those, you know, Smurfette actually, you know, ending the last game on a 1.31 kills per round, and Cinnamon on a 1.1. So again, when people tend to go positive with their kills per round, that, especially on a game like Valorant, that's when you know that they are showing up consistently every single round. They are the ones that you need to get rid of first, especially if you want, you know, a chance of winning the round. And we did see that actually in the first few rounds. You know, I think Cinnamon was consistently the first pick that Hakuna Matata got. And so again, if they can send in someone to just deal with Cinnamon and deal with Smurfette and then get the plant down, maybe, you know, again, as I said, rush objective a little bit, but make sure you're dealing with those scary players.
Yes, I mean, we've seen how impactful individual players can be, even putting aside the team play. We've got the heavy push in towards the A site to start us off here today. Cinnamon, called about before as one of the major players to watch, but Smurfette grabs a kill as well. The plant is good here from Project X in the yellow going. Hakuna Matata, they're down to 3 versus 4. Make that 2. I do not think they've got a chance of a retake.
No, and this is maybe the time for maybe a bit of a tactical timeout, to be honest. Like, okay, we're not going to push it. Let's talk about what went wrong there and what we can actually do.
One enemy remaining.
One round is fine. One round is fine, but no, Smurfette and Kim are going to finish them off anyway. So yeah, the first round is going to Project X, which again, it's difficult. Probably it's difficult to deal with having the tidal wave of Project X come towards you like that, especially with how aggressive they can be as well at times. Like, they are not afraid to just swing out at you. It's a little bit spooky, to be honest, but only round one, and you know, we've seen it go suddenly to pot for whoever gets the first few rounds in the bag already.
That's true.
So let's not call anything just yet, to be honest. Let's not call anything just yet. And I hate this angle, like this long bit here. Like, it's I get caught off guard by it all the time, and I hate it. It makes me upset. It's so long. Like, it doesn't need to be that long.
No, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, when you get into a skill check with the opposing sniper, and you know that other sniper is just going to be better than you when it comes to a straight fight. That's not the situation you want to be in as an underdog team. As we have the charge on this time around, going a little bit better. Hakuna Matata squad. Amy does get the kill across. It's even right now. 2 remaining on each side, though. Roxy will make a liar of me very quickly. Maybe charging out. Does manage to avoid getting killed and stay on the point.
Here.
And a little bit of a ringy roundy rosy situation going down, and you know, Amy, she doesn't really have the time, and there we go, she's caught off guard, and Roxy is going to get that final kill of this round, and as Project X getting their second round firmly into their pockets, alongside their pocket money and maybe an emergency biscuit.
That's what you need at this kind of time, isn't it? You need to make sure you can get some kind of reset, be that from biscuits, be that for from a rousing song amongst your team, which of course we'll, if Hakuna Matata start doing better, maybe we'll come back to. Right now, it's looking like the momentum for Project X from the middle of the first game is lasting into game 2.
Do you know, I promise you, if Hakuna Matata win this map, I will sing the entirety of Hakuna Matata for you all this evening.
No, you
you're
won't.
welcome.
We will. Alright. Let's see. Hakuna Matata. We've given you as a team all the motivation you should need to win this second game of the best of 3 in our opening round. But Project X, apparently, they hate
Spike
music
planted.
and possibly also laughter as well.
I mean, again, what I want is like I want these players to come through, and obviously, yeah, Kim taking out Mei then, but Mei being a new player in this roster, I really want to see, you know, Mei and Zalene. I want to see them have these little clutch situations. So yes, okay, Project X are being a bit dominating right now, but if we get these players in these like 1vx situations, I think there's some little opportunities there. And if they can remain cool, calm, and collected, and you know, try and roughly guess where these players are going to be,
They forget their
I
place.
think it would be good for them. I think it would be very good for them. And you know, Mei already actually is doing a majority of the kills for her team, just despite being new to this roster. And Kira already on a massive cleanup for Project X, so taking out 2 of their players already and evening that out for her team in a 4v3. Kim, however, not going to let anyone get away with that too quickly.
Last
Getting a
player
cheeky
standing.
2k. Oh no, it fell apart so quickly.
They've made us believe again. Hakuna Matata now down to 1 remaining
planted.
member. I mean, from the rounds we've seen so far, this is one of the best performances we've managed to make. As Zayden lines up the shot, gets hold of the
player
Rebel as well,
standing.
and the Vandal as well, and grabs another kill. It's now down to a 1v1. Is this the round for Hakuna Matata to break the streak? No! Zayden tries to go for the defuse. It was a trap the whole time.
I want to believe. I want to believe. And again, it's no disrespect to Project X, but I want to see this go to map number 3. I want to see Hakuna Matata. I want to see them bring this in their favor. I want to see them do well on this map. This is their map pick. I want, again, I said to you before, didn't I, Counterfeit? I wanted to see the old Razzle Dazzle. Not quite getting the Razzle Dazzle I signed up for.
Well, I mean, we did get a little taste of that. It feels like Hakuna Matata, maybe, you know, they were expecting to do better in the early going, but perhaps, just perhaps, they've got the tricks up their sleeve. They're definitely, you know, with this being their choice of map, you expect them to know where the angles are. As Rima does manage to pick off Roxy, that's a solid start.
Blocking sight.
But Smurfette is absolutely dead in the jet as well. Both jets carrying each other
player
team.
standing.
But it's Rima and Hakuna Matata who are coming back in here. 1 remaining. And it's going to be down to Kim, who drops Hakuna Matata. They break the streak. They are back in the game.
That's what we like to see, and this is what I wanted to see. 1 round on the board. They're still 3 rounds behind, but it's something. They can bring it back. They can put the work in. Again, you know, we've seen it go the polar opposite last map. They got 3 rounds in a row, and then Project X just kind of stampeded through like a herd of buffalo. Maybe we'll see that happen again. You never know what is going to happen a lot of the time with things like that. Things can really take you by surprise. And if Hakuna Matata turn around right now and just get 6 rounds in a row, I will eat my own hat. I'll be so hyped for them, absolutely. Especially because, again, they're going against a team like Project X, who are a formidable force, and it's going to feel so good for them. It's going to feel like lightning coming out of their hands.
Well, right now, they've got that opportunity. You know, we've got Mei having the ult down there, the Hunter's Fury to clear up the point, but unfortunately they were not covered, so Smurfette comes in and punishes them for it. Project X looking to stamp on the burgeoning fire that Hakuna Matata are trying to set up. The spike comes in. Saline came through clutch with the team before, but this time will be down. I have to think that Hakuna Matata, they've got to hold on to that operator, surely.
I reckon.
No charges left.
Interesting, is what I mean.
player
Okay,
standing.
no! Oh, a little bit of movement. It's the movement.
Oh.
Amy.
So that was an
Oh.
expensive decision for Hakuna Matata to go through there. They've lost all of their equipment coming into the round, so
Yeah.
I thought maybe, you know, Irima did really well. You're talking about the lightning strike. They had the operator advantage. They could have maybe sniped off kills that just weren't available to Project X.
Do you know what, though? I respect it because, again, we did ask for the razzle dazzle. So, you know, again, they were going to spend a little bit of those credits in order to just try something a little bit different. And obviously it didn't go well. But I think if you're going to take the risk, it is going to be against teams like Project X. You got to go for it. You got to go full send. You know, you can't... I mean, you can play it safe, but... Again, it's I feel playing safe can sometimes be to your detriment because the other team, again, a team like Project X, they will just expect it. They'll read you like a book.
Spike down.
Here let's come around and provides herself with some new pages to turn. The Hakuna Matata, they may be
enemy
coming back
remaining.
here. Nice long-range
enemy
blade
remaining.
play, but Glance shuts down Rima. It's down to the 1 versus 1. Amy has got the Vandal, so has got the ability to fire back at Glance, who does not... I don't think Glance knows where Amy is right now.
Yeah, indeed, and Amy actually has the spike firmly positioned under her butt, so there's nothing
No charges.
really that can be done here by Project X except for push her, which they're going to!
Copies of nothing.
Oh my gosh, Glance was down to 30 health then. That felt like that was the
Need a
turning
drop.
point for Hakuna.
I feel like maybe if Amy kind of pulled back a little bit and, you know, she knew where the spike was, she could just pull back a little bit and hold a really tight, long angle by where that spike was, force for time, you know, Glance is pushed towards the spike. They have to get that spike and start trying to plant it. So, you know, it gives you way more of an opportunity there to catch them off guard, to catch them by surprise. But, what a bump. I'm so bad about that, honestly. I feel so sad.
No, I don't think it's a bad thing at all to feel, feel deeply how the games go. Honestly, I think it's a great way to experience these games, to get super emotionally invested, and then when it happens, like Amy grabbing that kill there, then it's worth all the much more. We're down to 4v4. Hakuna Matata, they will not let our heartstrings go. Kira grabs a kill, but Smurfette trades back straight away. Still on the edges of us.
One enemy
Absolutely,
remaining.
Roxy's going to take down Amy, Smurfette's going to take down Rima. Dude, it's all left down to May on the Sova, and unfortunately Smurfette's going to shut her down also. That is Project X getting round number 9. 8? 9? 8.
Yes, we're on to 9.
Yeah, sorry. The theme of the evening is the inability to do mathematics, it seems. So we're rolling with that on the end of production right now.
We're more spatially inclined than I was inclined.
I mean, look at this already, okay? 8 rounds in, Smurfette already on 15.
Ugh.
15! 15 to 4. That is she's built different. She's honestly built different. And, you know, yeah, that works out as a 1.8 kills per round. So, like, you know, one could argue we could round that up to 2, but let's not. Berlin is going to start this off, getting the pick onto Kim there. Viper versus Viper is what we like to see, but the spike has gone down, Counterfeit.
This is opportunity knocking for Hakuna Matata. This first
I know exactly
on
where
their
you
choice
are.
of map may not be what they were hoping for, but the opportunity is here. Go far from long range, but no rocks around the corner. Gets one, gets two. Hakuna Matata, they need something huge. They need it right now. Smurfette actually drops to May. Maybe, just maybe. Round the corner, May comes back.
Standing.
But Roxy, the destroyer of dreams, comes in from Project X,
Last player
slaps
standing.
out of the hands, may die as a result of winning the round. But still, Project X, Smurfette, we pointed out before, ridiculous amount of kills. Roxy racing to catch up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Roxy with the absolutely gorgeous 4K just now, putting in the work. And you know, it's again, they terrify me. Project X too. They terrify me. I never ever imagine. You know, you're having a nice time, you're having a nice day. You decide to queue ranked, and Project X just appear. No, none of it. Like, uninstall immediately.
Get out of my way!
So let's see, Project X. What? Yeah, we can see. While this is the first round of play, we've seen Hakuna Matata get very close multiple times. It's not, you know, it's not completely beyond grasp. We're down to 3 versus 3. Zayling comes through clutch, and we'll be able to do some good control of the Roxy there, who's already low. Here is Reds, but Smurfette takes out Rima in short order, down to 2 versus 3. Project X, those health bars aren't looking so good.
No, indeed, Smith. The reaction there!
player
What an
standing.
incredible shot there. And Roxy is going to finish off Amy as well. It's all left down to Kira on the arena again, to be honest. And again, a 1v2. The spike is planted. The time is running out. The time is ticking out.
One enemy
She
remaining.
whiffs a few shots. She manages to land one onto Smurfette, but it's too late.
Oh no!
It's too late.
And as well, just after grabbing the operator as well. Oh my gosh.
It is unfortunate. Do you know what? I do just want to quickly touch on this. You know, I really think Xylene and May are good. I said this before. They seem to be like a really good pickup, but absolutely, you know, there have been times in this game where I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Like, I think that, you know, Hakuna Matata, yes, they are, you know, losing, but they're losing against one of the best teams in the tournament, and I really want to see this roster stick together, and I really want to see this roster keep working. And next season, next month, the HUNTRESSTRIALS, I want to see them back, and I want to see them a bit more ironed out and coherent with each other, because I think experience with a roster is everything, and so far it's looking actually really good, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this, you know, given the fact they're playing against the previous tournament winners, this is effectively a finals match for Hakuna Matata. This is what they would get if they made their way all the way through the competition to the very end. The fact they're getting, you know, they're getting close rounds here. They're keeping us hoping for them. You know, Project X are doing everything they can now. They're taking this beyond seriously, but they're still not completely flawless.
I mean, it's just, again, it's gonna get to, you know, it's gonna switch over shortly, but Project X, it looks like they might be taking this map as well, but again, I really want to emphasize that I think Hakuna Matata have put up a damn good fight, and I think sometimes, you know, when you do see these massive round differentials, it can sometimes feel like, oh, that was a bit of a steamroll, but it's like, no, actually, if you break down each round and you see what each player did, you know, the logic's there, the moves are there, the plays are there. It's just, you know, sometimes Cinnamon and Smurfette, and even especially this map, Roxy, sometimes you just come across them. Their mechanical skill is just
One
liquid
enemy remaining.
nitrogen at your face.
Spike down
Well,
A.
Hakuna Matata, they're looking to put some lies to those words there as they convincingly
Switching
win
sides.
out round 12 just before switching back to the half. This is the Hakuna Matata special. Wait until it's almost too late and suddenly start playing a hell of a lot better.
And just pick up those rounds. And again, it could even be that maybe it's a case of Project X, it gets close to the win for them and the cracks start forming a bit because they're like, oh my gosh, we just got to close it out, and they're not thinking as coherently as they could because they're like, we're so close to the end, and they're thinking too much on finishing it off instead of just playing the game how they have been playing. But yeah, absolutely. I want to see, again, I'm going to touch this point again, I want to see Hakuna Matata next month, and I want to see exactly the same roster, cut and paste, you know, more scrim time under their belt as well. I think it would be glorious.
Alright, so Hakuna Matata. They shouting out here. Do you get the first goal? Rima has been coming through massively for the squad. Roxy defending around the corner though, gets one, does not get the second though, which means that the A site is laid bare. Hakuna Matata, they're going to need to make one hell of a comeback here as they look to try and catch up to their previous game performance and pick up their third round.
Yeah, I love the aggression coming through there by Rima and Amy. I think it really took Project X off guard, and that is certainly why they're in a 3v2 situations. Eileen, however, is going to push this back to a 3v1. They just have to take Kim. Spike is planted, but it is a 3v1. And oof.
Those health bars don't look very healthy for Hakuna Matata, but whether it's by an inch or a mile, they're coming back so much more strongly on the offensive side on their choice of map.
They're messing with my feelings too much at this point. They are messing with my feelings. Do you know what? Okay, yeah, I definitely at this point I'm falling in love with Hakuna Matata, 100%. I really am. I think that again these changes are great, and I think that with just a sprinkling of time, they'll be even better than ever before. And the fact they're so able to just stand up again and just get a few more rounds in their bag, as we said, like when it's getting towards the end, I admire that so much. The amount of mental strength you have to be able to do that as well. Gorgeous.
For Project X, they've gone for, apparently there was a sale on Marshalls today, so they have come nearly fully loaded with the budget sniper rifle. But for Hakuna Matata, they've made the break off towards the B site. Roxy drops down. B site is going to be aggressed onto further. And Kim drops as well. The plant is going to be good here as the remaining defenders from Project X, 3 versus 4. But Glance said the sniping is good. Takes down Amy.
Planted.
Plant is in. 3v3. Let's go.
3v3, let's go. But you know, again, we've seen Glance kind of win out these situations before, and I mean, it's a little bit risky biscuits there, a little bit of a snipe coming through there from this Rima. A little bit concerning, and especially when you've got Smurfette.
One enemy remaining.
Like, oh, well, no longer do we have Smurfette, because May and Rima are just going to finish it off like it's nobody's business.
Wow. They came into that round so under-equipped in Hakuna Matata, but apparently pistol is better than sniper rifle if you can stalk your opposing team all the way around the site.
On my mark.
Look at this scoreboard. Look at this scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. They are just disgusting. I don't know. I feel like the round difference does not tell the story here at all, but that scoreboard certainly does. Both of these teams are absolutely starting to just butt horns together, and it's glorious. So glorious.
All right, Hakuna Matata, we're behind them 100%. We hope you guys are enjoying our opening match today. We will have one more best of 3 after this before moving into our semi-finals and grand finals tomorrow. Now though, Hakuna Matata, they're trying to defy every odd. I think if anyone was coming into this with any sort of expectation, last time it was 2-0 to Project X, and 2-0, she said before, for Project X the whole way through the competition. What an incredible thing it would be for Hakuna Matata to break that streak.
100%, 100%. Oh, Rima getting a bit aggressive there to try and take down Roxy, but Roxy just too quick on the tape. Little pistol whip to the head. Eileen has made their way very firmly onto the site. I am assuming Hakuna Matata are going to start going for the plant soon. As I say, a lot of the time they seem to do better when they do try and get that control and go immediately to the plant, but this time they're delaying it a little bit.
Left.
Solid start up here. Project X though, they're getting the advantage. Aileen drops as well, and perhaps that could be a bit of a momentum killer for Hakuna Matata. The defuse is comfortably acquired. Project X not as close to winning as the last time Hakuna Matata came alive, but still very, very close to closing out the series.
Absolutely. And it's making me chuckle every time I see the scoreboard, because I am just like, these players are just nuts. These players are nuts. Like, wow.
Coming into this round, we have got the operator advantage for Hakuna Matata, so they should be able to take. You mentioned the long corridor down the center. That should be to their advantage. Certainly, Marshall versus operator shouldn't even be close.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, doesn't really seem like they're positioning themselves just yet. I think it's going to be a little bit for the late round, that is.
The A site is almost, well, it's got one defender right now, so for Hakuna Matata, if they realize this could be a massive opportunity for them, and quickly, Project X are scrambling to get back on site. This could be what Hakuna Matata were waiting for. Roxy straight across with Rena, as Kira tries to defend the flank. It's even so far. The health bars are not looking good for Hakuna Matata.
Welcome to my
No, we're in a 2v2 situation, but the spike is going down. Zylene, lots of cover there to help us safely get that down and sorted. And now all they have to do is all these angles. And there we are. Zylene's going to actually swing out and take down Glance as they try and push their way to get the retake underway. And it's all left down to, well, him who's going to take down May. And it's a 1v1. Are we going to win this? Oh! Kim with the 2k, getting the defuse down. Project X are going to win this one out.
Clutch.
Oh my days.
That was Hakuna Matata's round!
It really was.
That's
But
so
Kim
unfortunate.
making it look so fluid, making it look so easy then at the end.
You can almost tell from the way Kim was approaching the site there. She was saying, it's 1v2, they've almost certainly going to hit me for an angle I can't possibly scout at the same time. I'll just give it a
She
try.
just kind of like White Putin walked onto site. Just like it was nothing. And it's got the 2k. Like, oh.
Well,
You really gotta win those. You really gotta win those. And again, you know, it's match point. Things are really getting spicy now, and the pressure's most certainly on for Hakuna Matata because,
Stay down.
you know, I was gonna say if they lose this, but
Attackers spawn.
already 3 of these players of Hakuna Matata are down. It's all left down
Last
to
player
2
standing.
players. May and Rima will make that just May in a 1v4 situation counterfeit.
they make it through the round. 1 kill is something. Incoming kill number 3. Will you do it? It's, oh my gosh, surely not. Last 2 remaining members of Project X. They are on the hunt. Round the corner. No! Made us a believer. Hakuna Matata. They made us believers. But it's ultimately going to be 2-0 for Project X, our returning tournament champions. A bit more of a fight than perhaps we expected.
If May would have clutched that out, obviously you guys can't see me when the game's on, but my arms are all over. I was like this, like unbelievable scenes. And again, Project X yet again coming into this. This is their first match of the day, and it's another 2v0 on their belts. And it's just one of these things where I'm like, this again, it's just insane how much they can just come into every season and just be like, and what? 2-0, yeah. 2-0, yeah. 2-0, yeah. Like, built different to me. Like, they are just built different, and it's so nice to see. It's so nice to see. And again, going forward, I mean, I don't think anyone would be too surprised by this prediction, but I can see Project X, you know, being in the semis or finals tomorrow. Absolutely, and I think that makes perfect sense. Again, for Hakuna Matata, going into this today, the first streamed match, and it's against the champions, essentially. That is difficult, very, very difficult. And I don't think that, you know, the 2-0 shows how well Hakuna Matata did there, and I don't think the score lines for round showed either how that game went. Hakuna Matata absolutely fought that tooth and nail, and I think some of the plays they did were brilliant. I think the roster changes they've made are brilliant. I think that roster is actually a very, very strong roster, and you know, next month I want to see that exact same roster again, or I will throw things. Like, I think genuinely that's a good lineup, and they need to stick with it, keep scrimming it out, keep working together. This is the thing, Project X, they've been together as that roster for a very long time now, and it's so obvious with how they play. They're so fluid together. They communicate obviously so well, and it is just getting, Hakuna Matata just need to get their roster to that same standard, and I think maybe we'll see a revenge arc this summer.
Well, I hope so. I mean, certainly, you know, you compare the scoreboards of the first and the second game. You know, in game 1, you know, the entire top of the scoreboard was entirely blue. Smurfette, Cinnamon, Roxy, all dominating the top. But in game 2, despite the fact that Hakuna Matata won less rounds, they divided the top performers between both teams evenly. Both, we had 2 top performers from each team. So in terms of raw performance, Hakuna Matata took a huge step forward in game 2.
Absolutely. And even, that last round, May, she was on a 1v4 and, 50%ed it. It's then, again, okay, the next step is then 75%ing it, winning out the 1v3 and maybe falling at the end there, then even clutching it out eventually. And again, May is a new player for that roster. I don't know. I'm happy with how that went. And again, especially considering Project X most likely were going to win that, but Hakuna Matata did a really good job there. And again, going forward, I'm excited to see their progression for sure.
All right, so to update you guys on how the tournament has gone, of course, Project X go through to the quarterfinals as a result of that last game. But of course, given how quickly, while it was exciting, it was quick for Project X, which means we are going to be a little bit delayed on going to our next game. So Project X themselves will face off against the winner of Toxic World War 3 versus Val Stars Gaming. But that's not the game we're going to be bringing you next. That we're instead going to bring you XSET, who beat No Fears, against the winner of Oxygen Esports and 10 Star Nova. Now, in the time it took us to get through our first series, they've only done 1 game of the other series. So we might have a little while to wait before we come back, but we do hope you guys will stick around. Hopefully we'll get some notes out on social media when the next game starts. It's kind of scheduled to start a way ahead, so I imagine we should be there ahead of our scheduled time, but if it goes to 3 games on the Oxygen and 10 Star Nova game, perhaps we'll have, half an hour to an hour. I'll see if we can get any confirmation from production as to how that game's going. But yeah, this is only the start of the competition, so there's plenty more action to come. We do hope you'll come and join us, of course, for our quarter-final stage as we look to see who will break through to the prize stage and get their share of the £2,000 prize pool. I mean, we're excited, as you can tell.
I'm hyped. I'm so hyped. Oh my goodness. Full send. Time to send it. It's going to be a scorcher of a weekend, for sure.
Okay. We're going to wait on confirmation to see. So the next match is scheduled for 7:15. That's quite a long way from now. So I don't know if we're going to be necessary to wait that long. But again, we'll try and keep you guys updated on stream and in the bracket as things develop. But for now, you've got a little bit of time. Please do keep your eye out on social media for when the quarterfinal rounds start. So we've already seen some fantastic Valorant. That was only our first game. And the way these tournaments work, of course, it just gets better and better as we go on. Hopefully we'll get to see our first 3-game series. But for now, thank you for joining us, and we'll be back soon.
I've been starving and now I don't know what to do tonight, but I've been feeling like pretty easy to like when your body is closer to mine. You got me feeling like there's no one other than you who can make me lose my mind. You start me up like no one has ever could. You fuel my fire. What are the odds we end up loving it? Spending every minute together. I found it quite odd, quite lovely. You start me up like is to stay alive. But if I'm with you, I'll survive. So hold me close into the night, 'cause I need you to stay. You take me to paradise, that's why it's hard to wait. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Life is hard the way it is, but with you it's easier. Follow me into the night, without you I'm falling deeper. Stay a bit longer, yeah, I just need you to, I just need you to. Stay a bit longer, I just need you to. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for motivation. Can I be around you for motivation? Just a little while now. A simple question, can I get closer? Just for
Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun?
Yeah, his baby said that they don't got a future like it burns. So give him something worse to kill his head with, make him forget somehow. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Sorry's won't be enough this time. Yeah, he's calling all his friends to get some action and distract him right now. He's fine, got Lucy on the line, let's get this started. Where's the party tonight? I feel good, nothing weighs me down. I can't believe my luck right now. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone. Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Ooh, who needs a job to pay the rent? He's busy. Gotta feel free sometimes, right? What doesn't make you will only make you stronger if you believe what they say. Might be that another day she would have wished he stayed, but they're done. Red eyes while he said, don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone. Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart, it needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? they don't got a future. Future like that, it hurts. So give them something worse to pass the time. Don't you wanna have fun? Fool around with someone. Don't you wanna have fun? Never mind my dumb heart. It needs a little kickstart. 'Cause don't you wanna have fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Don't you wanna have some fun? Take off your halo, you're beautiful. I don't care if it tears me apart. We couldn't let go from the get-go. I think we're past trying to hide who we are. Baby, I don't mind you calling. I'm still awake in my bed. Say the things you shouldn't be saying. I don't want you to act like you still have that halo, halo, got the halo. Like you still have that halo, halo, you should let it go. Don't stop, I love it when you touch my skin. No, it's bad, it's bad. I don't care if the walls are caving in right now. I need you to kill off my lonely nights. Otherwise, I'll just be dead inside. I can't keep pretending you don't exist. Hate the lies, you know I can't resist, yeah. Baby, I don't mind you calling. I'm still awake in my bed. Say the things you shouldn't be saying. I don't want you to act like you still have that halo, halo, got the halo. Like you still have that halo, halo, you should let it go. Sing me to sleep, I need you watching. Don't wanna dream, just lay good darkness. Sing me to sleep, I need you watching. Don't wanna dream, just lay good darkness.
waiting upon your return. Silly baby, will I ever learn? I come down for you from heaven above. Take me back, I can't get enough. Send a signal from the lantern room. The moon is bigger, night will fall soon. And you try to remember, you run it through your mind. It feels like forever since the last time. Hide me underneath your clothes. Let me be your compass rose. Through a storm, I follow wherever you go. I'm breaking all my promises now. Send a signal from the lantern room. The moon is bigger, night will fall soon. And you try to remember, you run it through your mind. It feels like forever since the last time. First, you disown me. Second chances will not be free. And third, you better find your prayer. If you reach for me, I won't be there. I won't be If you let me hear you say my name, my name. If you let me hear you, babe. 'Cause I wonder if you feel the same, same. Or just tell me if you feel the same. You don't need to hesitate, oh babe. No, it's never too late. I think we're soulmates. Let's find a way to start again, oh yeah. 'Cause I wanna work things out, yeah. I just wanna fall into your arms. time on my own to figure out what I want. 'Cause baby, right now I don't know. Feels like I'm riding solo. You got me thinking about all of the problems in us. I know it's sad, but we both know. Maybe it's time that I let you go. Trying to move on, looking for someone, but I keep thinking about you. Yeah, yeah. You've been in my head for so long, trying to forget, but it's so hard. Yeah, it's so hard. Yeah. I need some time on my own to figure out what I want. 'Cause baby, right now I don't know. Feels like I'm riding solo. You got me thinking about all of the problems in us. I know it's sad, but we both know. Maybe it's time that I let you go. I need some time on my own to figure out what I want. 'Cause baby, right now I don't know. Feels like I'm riding solo. You got me thinking about all of the problems in us. I know it's sad, but we both know. Maybe it's time that I let you go. that something, baby, that I can go without. Just like a poison in me, you're all that I'm about. Loving the highs, don't mind the lows. It's getting out of my control. I want that something, baby, 'cause I can go without. Mama used to tell me love ain't right if it ain't easy, but I'm in too deep to walk away from you. Papa used to tell me love should never drive you crazy, but I lose my mind if you don't get
I'm feeling happy, and moments ago I was only empty. What did you slip me? My heart is racing and I'm getting dizzy. There must be some complicated after effect to this. Will I wake up in your bed and regret everything I did? Like a hangover, but leave me needing one more fix. She said, shut your mouth and kiss me. Hey, don't waste your breath, cause you know what I'm feeling. Midnight's closing in, and I won't wait for you. Don't think about it twice, we're way past second guessing. And I want you now, just shut your mouth and kiss me. It can get lonely, swiping left and right to meet somebody. And they won't get to know me, but that's okay. In retrospect, I do it over and over, cause that's just how we met. There must be some complicated after effect to this. Will I wake up in your bed and regret everything I did? Like a hangover, but leave me needing one more fix. She said, shut your mouth and kiss me. Hey, don't waste your breath, cause you know what I'm feeling. Midnight's closing in, and I won't wait for you. Don't think about it twice, we're way past second guessing. And I want you now. Yeah, shut your mouth and kiss me. In the parking lot, in the backseat, don't dare to stop now. Just close your eyes and kiss me, like you mean it. You're a bad dream, but I'm into it now. Yeah, shut your mouth and cause you know what I'm feeling. Midnight's closing in, and I won't wait for you. Don't think about it twice, we're way past second guessing. Yeah, I'll just close my eyes and kiss you, like I mean it. You're a bad dream, but I'm into it now. Yeah, I'll just close my eyes and kiss you. In the backseat, on the highway, in the taxi home. Just shut your mouth and kiss me, kiss me, kiss me.
'Cause yeah, sometimes we'll feel alone. In a second, I'll be right there. Turn around, let it rain. Turn around and let it rain on me. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. I'm not leaving without a fight. Now you're always on my mind. Turn around, hold me tight. Turn around and we will be alright. Don't you be afraid. Just follow me. You don't need no space. Just follow me. Like a mirror, you reflect me. Like a Friday night on the weekend, I feel blessed and free. I just don't want this moment to end. But now you say you gotta go. Baby, why you gotta go? Like a mirror, you reflect me. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. I just don't want this. I just don't want this moment to end. You're sleeping with someone new, and I'm in New York for the first time. I hate this weather, but I like the view. It makes me think of new beginnings. Here's to new beginnings. keep on telling lies. That is how we stay alive. So you know that I don't mind about what is wrong and what is right. We keep moving in different rhythms. Still I know what you feel. We keep moving in different rhythms. Two different minds telling lies. That's how we stay alive. At least we try to survive. We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds. Oh, oh, oh. Two different minds. We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds.
You know just what to say to make it all okay. 'Cause I am too blind to see when you're in front of me. We keep moving in different rhythms. Two different minds telling lies. That's how we stay alive. At least we try to survive. We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds. Oh, oh, oh. Two different minds.
We're not the ones who hide. Two different minds telling lies. That's how we stay alive. At least we try to survive. We're not the ones who hide.
Two different minds.
We're not the ones who hide.
Two different minds telling lies.
That's how we stay alive.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Huntress Trials for July. We are finally back with our quarter-final stage here with Grace. And, of course, for any of you guys who missed our first series, you missed on an absolute banger.
Yeah, absolutely. I think banger is the proper word to use there. It was insane. Project X versus Akuna Matata, who as I said previously, and if you're just tuning in now, but I definitely think Hakuna Matata I want to watch next season in terms of their progression and how they've progressed over the last 2 seasons. And even today, but that scoreline does not indicate how well they put up a fight. And again, I really hope that people going forward will keep a little bit of an eye on them. Otherwise, obviously, yeah, Project X strongly going through yet again another 2-0. Every single season they come in and they just get these 2-0 streaks. They are a formidable force. Obviously, though, I mean, there's a lot we could say here. There's some insane players, because we did speak previously about, obviously, players like Cinnamon, players like Smurfette, and how good they are. But we also saw Roxy kind of pop up off a few times in that last map. And I think it was at a 4K she got that time. Yeah, absolute gorgeous 4K, and like just absolutely showed up, especially mixing up a little bit on that second map there. And I think again it just shows how well balanced that team is. If yes, obviously there are those main fraggers, but if they fall, then the rest of the team are certainly this strong backbone who can also put in their own work and clutch out these situations and do what is needed to secure that dub. So again, I just have so much respect for that roster and that team, because they are terrifying. Very, very terrifying. But speaking of terrifying teams, we are going into the quarterfinal now, which again, it's another best of 3, so we are expecting at least 2 maps to be won by one of the teams. But what I do find interesting is that it's Oxygen versus XZ we are about to watch from now. But Oxygen were actually April's winners, so the April winners of the Huntress Trials. And it's essentially this like Turkish death stack. They are insane. They are really, really good. But what I will say is, obviously last time, they didn't do as well as they had previously. Again, probably due to Project X, coming through, and they did actually fall to Project X in their own quarterfinals last time. But as did XZ, they lost to Caliphate 2-1. So, when we consider that, it's kind of like, okay, neither of these teams we're about to watch made it past the quarterfinals. I think we were saying it before Counterfeit. Neither of them made it past quarterfinals, but this time one of them will. And it's trying to work out who, because obviously, Oxygen, they've already won once. In theory, you'd think that they'd, be able to be like, okay, we know how to set the momentum, go in and win this. But at the same time, XZ so far have done a really, really good job. And these are 2 teams and two org-backed teams as well, where they will be very firmly scrimming constantly. They will be putting the work in, the hours in, the, probably between whoever goes into tomorrow. I am assuming there's going to be some kind of analysis or coach who might be able to bash out a little bit of a VOD review before tomorrow. Again, obviously with support staff, it is an unfortunate reality where it's sleepless nights. You have to kind of sit down and be like, I'm putting the work in for the ladies and helping them counter-strike whatever has come up today. And on the flip side of that, it's kind of like, what if people have been saving strats? People like Project X as an example. Project X could not have shown their full hand today because they had been so confident with themselves. Again, as I say, last season, 2-0s constantly. Today, 2-0 so far. They could keep a little bit of like secrets under their sleeve, and they could be saving that for tomorrow. So I don't know what you think about that Counterfeit, or whether you think that's like a valid point to make, but I see it happen a lot. And I hope these are the kind of like the subtle games that these teams are playing. I really do, because it does make things so much more entertaining, especially when it does get to tomorrow, and we see maybe even like counter strats come through. Whether or not that would be obvious or not is yet to be determined, but I do hope we see it. I really do hope we see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's you. I think you're right. That's a big thing that's coming up here. It's a distinct difference for a team when they come onto stream, because as you say, the other teams that we'll be playing tomorrow, which will not be this team, of course, with its single elimination, but the other teams have a direct view into their strategies and actions. So, yeah, as you said, if they give everything here, if they deploy every trick they've got in the book, then they leave themselves wide open. It has to be said, though, if you can get to the if you can get to the semi-final stage, then you've at least guaranteed your team walks away with some amount of money. So
True.
you feel very bad if you didn't use all your tricks and you didn't even get that far.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. Yeah, there is obviously prize money to be won, and I think both these teams, if Xset wins today as an example, that's the furthest they've got so far. They're going to be stoked on it. They're going to be stoked that they won and got past the quarters and that they got the prize money. If Oxygen wins it, then they're going to be like, yes, okay, we're back in the game again. Potentially, this is another season we can get under our belt. So, yeah, there's a lot here, really. And I do think, actually, both teams will show their hand here. I don't think either of these teams will be, like, saving strats or hiding anything right now. I think they want to get into those semis, so...
All right, I believe that we've got our bans in for this next match coming up. So, I can see that Breeze and Bind have both been banned away, so we don't get to enjoy the cooling breeze we saw before. That's a real shame.
We don't, but I completely understand that. Again, it is one of the newer maps, and it's got really long lines of sight. And sometimes, again, if you're going immediately into a best of 3, you maybe, you don't want to use that. Or, I mean, again, you want to play it a little bit safe. So we are going to get Split and Ascent. I think those two maps are, they are very safe by the book maps that people will be very, very comfortable on. And I think that's absolutely, the play for the first two. And then we are going to Icebox as the decider again. I don't think anyone's going to be feeling too uncomfortable on that. It's a very comfy even. I'd say, to be honest, Icebox, I know this might be a bit controversial, but I do find it quite evenly balanced, to be honest.
Okay.
And I know that might sound a bit strange to people, but from what I seem to see a lot of the time, it really just depends on how aggressive or cautious you tend to be with it, especially when pushing to those sites. So I think that's a nice decider as well, to be honest. I think for these two teams, where they are going to be giving it the absolute 9 million%, and everything's to play for with them, I think this is going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, for sure. As we said coming into this one, these are both teams that got denied by just happening to play against the finalist teams before the finals. For Xset as well, I think they both got claims to a great success. You said, Xset, they managed to go the 3-game series against Caliphate Blue, who were eventual finalists. Oxygen Esports, they've actually won an event already. I mean, that's such a huge leap to go from being like, oh, we're a quarterfinalist team, we're a semi-finalist team. No, we've won the whole damn thing. We know what it feels like. Yeah,
absolutely. And again, that confidence, interestingly enough, obviously for this first map, Oxygen have decided to start on attack. And what you normally find is that when people are choosing specifically to start on attack, it's because they're so sure of themselves on that first half, that when it switches to defense, it's kind of like an easy breezy ride from there. So yeah, people when they end up starting on attack, it's usually that's a sign that they're feeling confident going into this, in my opinion. So whether or not that's true, obviously you never know what teams are really thinking 9 times out of 10, but that's what I get from that. Yeah, I genuinely think this is going to be an interesting one, and I think both these teams, they're probably quite popular with a lot of people. And I think Oxygen, they want to reclaim their title, most certainly. And I think at the same time, it's not just the fact that Oxygen, maybe they do want to reclaim their title or things like that, but they want that opportunity to go up against Project X again, probably, who did knock them out last season in the quarters. So to go from winning to then being knocked out by Project X to then being like, Project X are in this tournament again, they're doing really well again. We need to get past these quarters and maybe we can have our own revenge arc. It's all about the revenge arcs with me. I do love to see them. I really do. I really do love to see them. I think it's so entertaining, and it definitely makes players play a lot differently to how perhaps they would normally if they weren't having that little revenge arc. You do see people go for something a little bit more aggressive at times, and I'm here for it. I'm completely here for it. And I'm interested to see who wins today based on that. Prediction wise, I can't actually predict who I think will win, which is normally I feel like there's a bit of a vibe where I can't be like, okay, I reckon. But again, like Xset, I think that they will have in theory, based on what I know, especially about that org and people within that org, I think they should have like a pretty good support network there. So I'm curious to see what they bring to the table now, and it's just exciting for me. Honestly, it is exciting. This has been a really exciting day so far, and I think this is rightly so. This has been the match to pick for the stream because it will be a barn burner, and you know, Xset themselves, even though they did get knocked out last time, it was a 2-1, so they did send it all the way. And to be honest, I would be very surprised if we didn't go the whole way with this one. If this ends up being a 2-0, I'm going to be very confused, to be honest.
All right, I believe we will have that first game on Split in just a second. In fact, yes, there we go. So we'll see what our players have got for us here. As you said, these are two teams that I think you could very much arguably say are finals worthy in of themselves, having a finals level match here in the quarterfinals. One of these two teams will go on to the semi-final stages where they will likely face off against Project X, last time's tournament winners. But of course, only one of them can do so. Let's get things kicked off as we get our picks in.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, so far it's looking like some good lineups, to be honest. We've got a little bit of intel. I have noticed as well, like I can be a little bit biased sometimes when it comes to Sage and comp. I think again it's because I'm still obviously I am coming from a completely different game a lot of the time when it comes to Valorant, and I struggle sometimes understanding the need for a healer in an FPS game. But I think you know, we saw it the last matchup though as well. We've seen it in the like every single Huntress trials. There have been so many moments where a round has been shifted by the fact that that healing ability is there. And it does just make me feel so happy because I'm like, okay, this is like kind of teaching me a bit of a lesson in maybe not being as biased towards those you know, healing abilities. So I'm here for it, and again I know that it is a solid pick when it comes to comp, and it just always like makes me chuckle a little bit, I suppose. I'm a little bit too fun and gun, I think, sometimes. I really want people to just get stuck in and just have at it, to be honest. But obviously, because of the abilities within Valorant, there is going to be a lot more patience involved and a lot more kind of analytical thinking behind it, which I do appreciate that. So it's just such a good game.
Alright, well let's settle into this first game and see what the teams have got for us. So we've got Xset on defense. Crazy's going to try to hold the site. We'll see if they can manage it, and they do on the Omen, getting themselves the first kill, but they are almost down. Giuliano is there with the support to buy a little bit more time for reinforcements to arrive.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's been very, I won't say militant, but very cut and dry start to that, really, where it was like, obviously, you know, Reefer kind of pushing in like that. It was to allow the opening for her team, but it was ultimately immediately shut down. And I'm gonna say that's how I like it. That's what I want to see.
Well, we've got ourselves a very bloody exchange as
30
Ness
seconds left.
will find themselves some good early success, but I'm gonna have to make a Zizzo. Okay, there we go. That's my best guess on how to say that name. Nice pick up there on the Reyna.
Yep, the spike has gone down. So you know, it is a 3v2 with spike down. I mean, in theory it's a little bit risky because you do have the slight disadvantage, but you just gotta hold these angles here, and oh, but you can't hold it like that though. Zizzo is going to get the pick onto Reyna, and Petra is going to shut down Nariel, and that spike can be defused. Round 1.
Yeah, very solid showing there. Little monuments to that first round at the end there as well. I mean, it looked relatively even. Now coming into the second round, it actually looks like Xset might be... Okay, yes, they are going to go for the SMGs. They're going to try and extend this early lead.
I think the thing I'm finding the most interesting is genuinely how do I explain it? You know how in comp it's like, okay, we'll do, like, this is the exact plan A, B, C.
Sure.
It's very feeling like that. It's feeling very structured from both sides, to the point where I think this is just going to be a game of good old-fashioned Valorant, to be honest. I don't think it's going to be anything too out there. But at the same time, there's a lot that can be done here by the IGLs in terms of shot calling and, you know, reacting to what's happening. Especially when it's so by the book, you can almost predict things a lot more easier.
Oh, I get what you mean. I mean, you know, this is certainly going to be a very different story than the first one. As we were talking about, you know, these are two teams who've got the potential to make it all the way through the competition. You know, last time around, they perhaps end up a little unfortunate, but Oxygen, they managed to get that first pick up here, looking to try and get the round back. We've got a little bit of a scramble here after that first kill onto Xset.
But again, like, this is, I kind of, you know, you've seen these rotations come through as well. It's so by the book, and
30 seconds
even though
left.
they're doing that, Petra was ready and waiting for them. Yes, she fell, but she was still ready and waiting for them. And it's little things like that that I think, again, we're going to see a lot of it. We're going to see these, like, quick reactive plays from both sides. And there we are. The spike is down. The majority is, like, players what's going to happen. And Felipe is just going to pistol whip down Giuliano and Mimi, winning that out. A flawless round for Oxygen.
Wow, that is ridiculous. You see there, yeah, Ness picking up the full 3 kills in the last round, but 2 for Retha and Felipe as well. He said, you know, it's kind of rare to see that happen quite as dramatically. Oxygen, though, they fight back hard.
Absolutely, you know, they're building for this really perfect you know, setup, and then they collapse in. And if they find that collapse is stopped, then they immediately kind of rotate. It's so by the book. But again, like, this is why we are seeing the defenders reacting the way they do. We're seeing these immediate reactions, and I mean, this is good. I think this is going to be a close one, to be honest, Counterfeit.
Yeah, we're certainly looking like it, though. Oxygen, they have got to try and salvage this round because they're pulling the pieces right now. Ness is making a mess, but Giuliano picks up 2 to salvage the round. It's still 1 versus 3. Turret will absorb some of the shots from the Sheriff around the corner, and this time round, Giuliano wins the duel.
Close, but no cigar. Admirable attempt, though, to be honest. Admirable attempt. And again, like, I wouldn't be too shocked if Xset get, like, their second round now. We're about to go into it, and I think, you know, if Xset pick this up, again, I think it will be a very, like, 1-by-1 trade by trade kind of match. Just based on the way that everyone's playing. I mean, okay, I say that, but it looks like the case that's kind of changing it slightly now. We're seeing a little bit of a split push come through because I think they want to confuse. But again, it's still very by the book. It's nothing too razzle-dazzle-y.
We need some more razzle-dazzle in our quarterfinals. We were spoiled, honestly, by our first game, which was full of absolute madness. But you're right, though, for Xset, we need to see them pull back even here. We knew coming into this one, these teams have very similar records, you know, from the previous tournament. It seems like, you know, the tournament system's working here. We've got ourselves a very close matchup indeed.
Yeah, absolutely, we do. And obviously, you know, there is a bit of caution being used here by the attackers, but they have a load of time to do it. And I mean, this is the thing, people often, they try and look at the clock too much. It's like, well, realistically, if it's 1 minute on the clock, I think you do have enough time to set up the execute. So, and which is exactly what we're seeing now. They are piling in, that execute's coming through, the spike's being taken to site. They've got entire control. The plant can go down. There is a flank coming through, however. It does look like Giuliano is making her way slowly but surely, and this could cause some serious carnage, especially if that spike is planted, which again, they're taking a bit of time to actually get the spike down, but I think they just want to get to a safer spot. But as I say, Giuliano about to flank round, and this could cause some serious issues. Well, I say that, but it's now a 2v3, and
Spike
you know,
planted.
Giuliano and Mimi left in this situation on either side. They can go for a nice pinch. There we go. Mimi gets 1 onto Ness. Can they find the others, though?
Yeah, the health bars, it's 3v2, but the health bars aren't looking great for Oxygen. You can see we've got the defenders coming back out of heaven onto the site itself. Oxygen, they get the trade back, and it's Nariel finishing off the job there for Oxygen, who will now take themselves a substantial lead, up 3-1.
I mean, again, I understand that they wanted to team up then, you know, up in heaven to try and give them a bit more of a, you know, ability to be there for the refrag and things like that. But I think the pinch that they could have done had Giuliano have kept to the south a bit more, like it would have. I think that could have potentially been a little bit more fluid. And yeah, it's a little bit risky biscuits, but if you've got the utility there to do it, then absolutely go for it.
So coming into this round, Oxygen, they've got themselves fully equipped for the defenders' exit here. They're going to have to make do with just pistols, so they're stacking themselves up towards mid, hoping to maybe catch a member of Oxygen unawares.
Unawares, I think they are aware of
No!
Ooh, Ness with the 2K.
One enemy remaining.
3K.
Oh,
That was a lot.
Moly.
That was a lot.
It was a lot. Oh my gosh. Well, no mercy, relentless in their fury are Oxygen Esports. We said before, you know, they've tasted success before. They want to get back previous tournament winners in April. They're not messing around, but we're going into a full Vandal round here, Grace.
I mean, I will say as well with your Reina players, you really want them to be the most, I think, aggressive players possible, and we definitely saw that just now with Ness, and that's exactly how Reina should be played, to be honest. I mean, yeah, so far Oxygen looking very, very, very strong.
Big trades there, trying to keep the approach to the B site clear. For Oxygen, it looks like they're going to be spreading themselves a little bit more. Keep your eyes out, of course, onto number 7, the Reina. Who's looking to sneak through into mid. That's Ness, who we've been seeing doing so well so far.
There.
Looks to be that the
Careful here.
Exit are actually abandoning most of the defenses on the A site entirely.
Here.
Which is interesting, because again, Oxygen haven't really pushed A at all, and I think that call maybe was a bit premature, to be honest. Again, if Oxygen knew then, they easily could have rushed B, because it got left very, very almost undefended, to be honest, at times. Could have easily rushed for Cypher, done a 2v1, and then pushed from mid as well with the pinch. They'll take risky biscuits.
I'm going to definitely have to adapt that phrase to my own use. Oxygen Esports, though, they are wanting to get all of the biscuits now as they take down Petra and Crazy at the same time, managing to recover from dropping an early kill. Giuliano a little too quick. It's the Oxygen squad as they take round of 5. Quick and decisive stuff.
I think Exet might be overthinking. Like, legitimately, I think they might be overthinking. Again, we're seeing, you were seeing a lot of patience come from Oxygen. They're really taking their time to sell up for the execute here, and I think that Exet are being way too reactive when, in reality, yes, nothing's happening, but that doesn't mean that you should all rotate, you know, towards somewhere else.
This goes here.
You should wait for that immediate intel, legitimate intel, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, Exet, they've got the Cypher, you know, to
They
be able
do,
to get that
which
kind
is
of
why
information.
it makes it even more confusing that, you know, we saw a bit of, you know, that rotate come through in the early round last time, but again, maybe they saw an ability and they just assumed that this push was coming through, because, well, as we can see here, they're very good at stacking up together and pushing in and getting the map control, but Mimi for now is going to say, no thank you, ma'am, we're not letting you take the control that you've been doing, you know, a few of these rounds so far. Every time they push A, they get control so easily, and this time Zizio is also going to help shut it down too, so the galley doing work.
Alright, so this could be comeback central for Exet. Down to 2 members are Oxygen, who look like they may be in trouble here. The spike has been dropped, but as we see, Oxygen and the 2 remaining members are not even trying the spike. Here comes the showstopper, but it only manages to trade the kill. Down to Rainsa as the last one standing. We've got 38 seconds left on the clock. Again, no attempt to be made to get back the spike as of yet.
30 seconds
Naren
left.
Reigns is going to get one of them, so, you know, whittling it down slowly but surely, a 1v2 situation. She does have a lot of utility in her pocket. I believe, you know, her ult is up as well if she wants to use it, but... Perhaps... Oh, well, there we go. He was going to actually just shut it down anyway. No, what I was going to say was actually there was a, you know, fair play to them. They were trapped at the very back of the map in probably not a great position. And it's when you see the nice communication between players where they chose to push together. And because of that, it's like, yeah, you do manage to get that initial pick because, you know, someone's there for the refrag and that player can only focus on one person. And it's little things like that that I like to pick up on sometimes with players and teams because it's like, okay, yeah, they are actually communicate. That's like a sign of really good communication and really good teamwork, regardless of how the rest of the round goes.
Well, I mean, you're talking about, you know, the support staff and things for the teams, you know, with the orgs behind them. You know, that feels like that's where that really comes through the most clearly when you've got the, you know, the lines of communication being so clear, the trust between the teammates to know that they'll have each other's backs and they can execute on these more complex plays.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's again with Valorant, it's really interesting to me. I think out of all the different esports titles, I think Valorant, in my opinion, has the best women's scene. To be honest, like I think that there's so much, there's very, very obvious signs of a lot of very hard work and dedication, and also just like the level of like ability as well is just so high. And it makes me really happy to watch actually. And I think every time I've done the Huntress trials or watched the Huntress trials, it does genuinely make me so excited and get that little giddy feeling, to be honest. I get very emotionally invested though too at the same time, so
that's good. I don't think that's not remotely a bad thing. I think you're absolutely right. Like it's a wonderful thing to see, you know, the time, effort, energy, you know, being put in and paid off. I mean, that's what we've had from the very beginning of the tournament. We've seen some fantastic play from the opening rounds, and it hasn't slowed down at all here in the quarterfinals. Of course, tomorrow we have the semifinals and the grand finals, so it's only going to keep on getting better.
I just want to point out this absolute bait. They ulted on A only to flood B with the spike, and Spike is presumably going to go. That fair play, yes. Okay, that deserves a clap. Like, I love it. I love to see it. Pour it into my eyeballs.
Yeah, and as well, Oxygen not only managed to pull off a Omega Bamboozle, but they're also picking up Xset members as they try and come back in to do something about this play.
The absolute bait at Switch. Mimi going on an absolute walk to try and do something, but I mean, it looks like she might just be taking a tactical timeout now. Giuliano still trying to find her little kills where she can, but oh, well, Mimi gets one, but oh no, shut down by Nariel. It's all left down to this Giuliano, but ultimately, there's not a lot you can do, and Spike is down like that, and that was a very, very clever play coming through there from the attackers. Like, again, just Reynasa just going onto A site, ulting. Of course, what would you think if that was happening, especially when it's a Viper ult? You are going to be like, okay, they're rushing again, and they're going to get the plant down with all this coverage and blah 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 blah, and you do all stampede there, and it just leaves B wide open for the rest of them. Glorious. And this is what I'm excited. I'm so excited by that. Whew.
It seems like for Oxygen, they were kind of gambling perhaps that the B site wouldn't be expected to be aggressed onto straight away, but from Xset, they committed in 4 members onto the B side. They didn't want to get caught out in the same way, but Oxygen, they're doing exactly what they did before. It didn't work out over on the B site, so immediately they're piling onto the A site, and there's no one there to stop them at all.
They're just doing it. It's the old bait and switch, and it's working so well for them every time. It really is, and I can't get over how smart it is. And this is kind of what I mean, where it's like, yeah, good old fashioned like Valorant, because they are playing at a very, very high tier play here. Spike has gone down as well, so again, it's now a retake situation for Xset. Time being, you know, the 6th attacker, as I've said previously, they really have to work quickly and efficiently now.
So we have got the Rolling Thunder. Nice use of the ult from Xset to try and open up some space, knowing where Oxygen... Oh, that's
Last
3
player
kills
standing.
coming in. Xset may have managed to reset the game here.
There's no way!
Okay, I thought for a second there might be a way, but no. Racer goes down. Oxygen trade the round back again, so we head into round 10 with not as big of a gap as we could have had.
I mean, we love to see the retake. We really do. Like, I think fair play there. Again, especially considering how these attacks are coming through from Oxygen, how coherent they're being with it. It's just, yeah. As the kids say these days, poggies.
Well, coming into this round, we've got 3 ults for the Xset squad. They look to try and even things up heading towards the end of this first half. Oxygen, we've been praising them multiple times already for their map movement. Xset, they've got to be starting to get a sense of what Oxygen are up to now, though.
Yeah, and this is exactly it. When people are playing, it's very, very good Valorant, but it is also very by the book Valorant, very proper Valorant. So of course it's easier to counter strat if you have the knowledge there. So yeah, this is again, it is just good old fashioned Valorant, and I'm just excited for how this map's going to go, to be honest, and the second map, because I know obviously it's 3-6 right now, but it genuinely, I mean this in my heart of hearts, it can go either way.
We've got Giuliano from the Xset squad going to have to face down the entirety of Oxygen Esports as they come past. Giuliano gets one, can't quite land the second. Does buy time for Zizo to come in and bring us back even. There's one of those ults which Xset brought into the round to put us back to 4v4, but the plant is good.
Yep, spike planted, so, technically a 4v5, well, make that a 4v4, as time is now the fourth attacker, Mimi and Nariel trading out players on both sides. Whittling down the players of Xset more and more. There's not a lot they can do. They really need to go for this retake. They need to get that control, and they need to get the defuse down.
Rainsa grabs 3, grabs 4! Oxygen Esports, they are not messing around here in this first game. They move pretty consistently ahead. We're going to be coming into this round looking very, very strong indeed with 2 ults to 1.
I just, we said this would be a barn burner. I do think this is. I feel spoiled slightly, to be honest, because again, it's. I'd say at the same time it's really interesting because how before we were talking about how we don't think these two teams would relatively be saving strats or anything like that. We think they're going to be playing it all out and like properly and to the book, by the book, and that's exactly what's happening. And we're going for another timeout here, so both teams having their timeouts used now. Again, not sure why that might have occurred, but
well, while we're waiting, something that jumps out at me from the scoreboard, Grace, is from Oxygen Esports, we've got 3 members with 10 kills so far.
Well, yeah. So that's like a perfect one KPR basically for 3 members, a perfect positive KPR. And again, it's not just saying they're carried by one player. It's like they are actually consistently good as a team. That's a really strong backbone to have there. Absolutely.
It's wild to think that, there's 3 members of Oxygen who literally got a kill in every single round so far, or at least as many kills as there are rounds, since we've had some multi-kills as well. But except, see if they can get caught off, as we get to see the one place that we haven't really seen Oxygen push through so far is mid.
Yeah, which is interesting, and so far Petra's picked up a nice little 2k, make that a 3k, to be honest, so perhaps mid isn't the play for them. It's Petra's mid. Sorry, Oxygen, it's Petra's mid. You're not having
We're just
any
living
of
in
that.
it.
Yeah. So yeah, they are going to do a little rotate and try and push B now. Obviously only Zizo currently covering B. I mean, we've got some players moving closer and closer to heaven, so could easily come in. The cavalry can easily charge in if they need to, but Oxygen really need to go for this execute. They need to work out what they're doing, what utility they're using, and it looks like they're going for it. Reaper's going to start immediately getting stuck in. Zizo
Never
will be
mind.
giving that intel to her
enemy
teammates,
remaining.
though, and there we go. Pick from
Spike
heaven
down.
as Mimi takes down
Oh!
Renessa.
And I was waiting to see the Viper Wall come up and cut the
I have
fight
30
off, but no.
seconds left.
Rita with the spike has to make a decision, and that decision's been taken away from them. This is Petra's round. 4 kills, defend the mid,
Last
defends the
round
B.
in the half.
They are the guardian at the gate for XSET.
Absolutely, and yeah, I think that was quite promising as well. You know, Petra's being like, "This is my mid," and yeah, really good teamwork there coming through from XSET as well, especially late round then, preventing that final attempt at an execute from Oxygen. So ever closing more and more towards Oxygen. But you know, I did say that I reckon, you know, Oxygen, you know, they have chosen to start where they wanted to start, because if they can get as many rounds in on attack as possible, I think their defense is going to be pretty sweaty, especially if their attack is anything to go by.
Welcome to my world.
He is about to receive a whole world of poison going in and falls victim to Rita. Auction Esports, they're fighting back here though. We have got the ult to come through. It won't manage to kill anybody because XSET, they're not actually on the point anymore.
No, and again, Oxygen is just so good at causing that chaos by being like, yeah, you leave the site, leave this open for us, and we'll take that opportunity. And there we go, their 8th round in the bag as well. So, you know, it is going to switch over now, the old switcheroo. But as I say, Oxygen choosing to start an attack, that again, it just indicates so much to me. That does, it really does. It indicates that they are so sure of their defense now, and I think they're going to try and clean it up. But one thing I am curious about is if XSET are going to try and play Oxygen at their own game here. If we're going to see some glorious baits come through, what do you reckon about that?
I think you've got to at this point. I mean, it's worked so spectacularly well for Oxygen. I think it's really sort of exemplifying why you, on the attacking side, you've just got those extra options to bait out. It was high stakes from Oxygen before. They cashed in ultimates to make their bluff plays, but in each of those cases, it did work out pretty darn well.
Toxin screen down.
Absolutely.
Poison's
And oh wait, we're seeing a little bit of a push up mid as well. So this could be a little bit chaotic, but again, mid completely undefended right now. We're gonna see. There we go, Petra.
Oh, Petra!
It's Petra's mid once again.
Yes! Get out of my mid! And onto the B side. Oh, this is Petra literally in their element. They're going to be able to make the plant here. Well, Felipe is around the side. Right now, XSET on the offensive push have got the advantage in numbers. Now they've made the plant, so they are committed to the B side.
Yes, indeed, and you know, the Ratty plays. Oh, Mimi, the headshot to Ness.
One
She
enemy
is cut
remaining.
down by Ness, and there we go.
Nice!
Significant frags at the end. XSET getting their first round in on attack.
Very nicely done. And hey, I think we're starting to become Petra fans here as they've
A little
taken.
bit.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Breach, and I'm a big fan of Petra. I think it's a perfect place for a Breach to be. You've got all these, especially the corner coming into mid, where you can just do things that other agents can't do.
Yeah, and you know, Petra. It's just so funny how on defense Petra held that like an absolute rock, and even on attack, it's like they just were so uncontested as well mid. And rightly so. Look, we're seeing now, you know, Oxygen kind of react to that a bit. They are lurking around mid. They're choosing to start with a majority of their team kind of in that mid position, which means that they're going to have to be very reactive to whatever happens and wherever this push now comes from.
Nice pop across from Oxygen there. With minimal equipment, they grab the first 2 kills. And now they can fall back to controlling the B site in its entirety. That they leave the A site completely undefended while doing so.
Yeah, but there's a lot of time that, you know, the attackers have to use now in order to get all the way to A. And, you know, you're already seeing here, Oxygen, they are themselves rotating. So a little bit of a time waste there to actually go for the full rotation. And I think Oxygen have put onto it very, very quickly.
It's a nice pickup from Mimi there. So the equipment advantage is, I believe, still in favour of the XZ squad. Petra's going to be going for the plant on the A site, it looks like, but you're right, Oxygen, they're closing in from multiple sides. Plant is going to be good. Azizo heads up into the skies. Oxygen prepping for the play.
Yep, and certainly they have the advantage of having more players alive. It's just how they choose to push this together. You see a little bit of some free fires coming through that line of sight. Smoke. Well, trades are coming through here and there, but mostly it is Oxygen getting those picks in. There we go, attackers winning. That was a really solid round from them.
Yeah, especially considering how, that could have easily gone really, really badly for them. The Petra and Zizo Tizo coming through clutch. Not as many kills as Ness has right now on the Oxygen side of things, but still getting the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from even the start of the game, Ness has just been very consistent. Showing up and getting those picks. Even in the early rounds. So again, I think this is interesting because it's like Oxygen's defense, for the most part, is very reliant on kind of waiting and being patient and seeing where that execute is coming from. But there are moments where they're just allowing XZ to get into the positioning a lot easier than they perhaps should be. I think it'd be interesting to see what would happen if Oxygen decided to overextend just a little bit.
I mean, that's something we haven't really been seeing. Like, yeah, as you said, they're playing much more passively, sitting back and waiting to see what XZ's play is going to be, rather than roaring out onto the map and trying to find the play themselves.
Yeah, and I often think if you're on defense, sometimes you can really, like, being a little bit aggressive favors you way more on defense than it does on attack. On attack, you have your step A, step B, step C of where you want to go and how you're going to approach it and what you need to do first and where you're going to take this, X, Y, Z. If a defender rather just suddenly appears out of nowhere like a little goblin and kills you, that throws such a spanner in the works. Honestly, it really does.
So we've got solid setup early on from Oxygen, though it's going to ultimately be to the advantage of XZ as they look to get their plant down. Crazy with the flank actually doesn't manage to finish off the job there, so we're left 2 versus 3. XZ, before they manage to salvage it, but this time round, Ness is here and up for a scrap.
Absolutely, but Zizo very, very on the edge, and you can almost see the. Oh no!
Ness around the corner gets put down, and it will be Oxygen breaking that burgeoning winning streak there and surviving with 2 members as well.
Ness like a little sneaky pawn just gliding across the ice. Oh my goodness gracious me. You love to see it. Really good retake there by the defense. Really, really good.
Alright, so we can see the bank balances are pretty sparse, particularly from Oxygen's side. That may have been a win for them, but they have spent down to the bone to get themselves a full hand of Vandals for this round.
Yeah, and that this is the issue sometimes where you do lose a few rounds in a row, but you still want to maintain that momentum of getting the weapons that you need. It's tricky because it's like if you try and conserve the economy, you don't really want to hand them too many rounds just on the basis that you're being outgunned by Bella guns.
There.
XZ, they're making the move in through mid, so this has been one of the very few successful pushes in through there. It does mean that Oxygen are now going to be trying to flank around from every side. Felipe is keeping the B site locked down. For XZ, they've got the macro decision to make. Where do they go from here?
Where indeed, because again, there's this flank coming through by Oxygen. Well, I say that, but it's immediately...
There was.
Yeah, it was. But, the flank clean up top a little bit here and balancing it out well. So 3v3, then a 2v2. Spike still needs to go down as well, and I think, these players are trying to work out who should be the one to maybe go for it, to be honest, because... Well, there we go. The plant is going down in the default spot. Giuliano is going to get that down, but we're going to see a ton of utility come out here from the side of Oxygen.
Killjoy, though, is going to struggle to actually get onto the site. It feels like a lot of weight for this round is being put onto the shoulders of Ness on Arena. Giuliano turns away just as Ness comes in! Round the corner! And it's not going to work out. Gets the heal as well. Has no armor left. He seems to look two different directions at once, but they can't win out the fight against Nariel. Oxygen Esports, that's 10 rounds for them. Perilously close to the first quarterfinal win.
That was a really good case of slow and steady wins the race. You know, they could have fluffed that if they rushed and they really tried to be like, oh my god, we need to get back, we need to kill them, we need to get the defuse down, and blah blah blah. That could have gone horribly badly, but no, we saw a really nice flank come through, and you know, a beautiful bit of a kind of very, I wouldn't say lazy pinch, but it was a very wide and open pinch, and yeah, really good defensive retake there by Oxygen.
Coming into the round, X sets now down to minimum equipment. See. For the X-Set squad, gonna have to work pretty darn hard here. Stacked up defense, Petra with the bomb carry. It looks like it will end up ultimately being 5 versus 2 if this play goes ahead.
I mean, Felipe's going to start things off, start this showdown on the way by taking from Mimi. Petra's going to fall to Giuliano, though, is going to try and trade that back immediately. Felipe is going to get a pick and then is also traded out herself.
Oh.
And there we go. That was a solid defense coming through from Oxygen. Nariel with the 3K as well.
Yeah, that was really, really nice cleanup at the end. I think for Xset, that was a little bit of a desperation play, but we're coming close to the end here again. Xset, they've got their equipment they need for the round. Again, the full hand of Vandals. They will be ever so slightly ahead of Oxygen in terms of raw equipment value.
I mean, I'd say as well, like, it is getting obviously towards what could be the end, and that's a little bit risky biscuits, especially when this is your map pick. You know, this is Xset's map. And then we're gonna go to Ascent, which is Oxygen. So I don't know what they have up their sleeves for that, but if this game is anything to go by, it's a bit of a spooky one, I think, for Xset.
They at least get that first kill, so that's something. That's just last back to get up on high for Giuliano. Showstopper around the corner and gets rid of Ness. That's a huge takedown for Xset.
Absolutely,
Back
Xset.
to life though.
Well, anyway, Xset just absolutely played objective then. Nariel once again is going to clean up shop a little bit for her team, try and get this defense underway. Mimi, though, is going to trade it back by taking down Reaper.
Player standing.
Oh, it's a little bit risky biscuits now, as it is all left down to Felipe, and she's in a 1v3 situation. That spike is not having any mercy at all, and there we go. Petra finishing off with a beautiful 3K for this round. Xset finishing this off with another dub in the sack.
Saw the health bar for Petra there at the end, almost dead. It does seem like for Xset, you said, in this first game of the quarterfinals, as best of 3, they have been leaning more and more on Petra to get the job done when it's required the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think, to be honest, like, I think Petra showed up so much in this map, definitely. So yeah, I'm low-key kind of feeling like maybe personal MVP for the side of Xset, because just coming through with some of these players, and it is quite when she wants to show up, especially in earlier rounds, when she wants to show up, it is just so like, oh, okay, I see you. Yeah, definitely a player to watch, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, so we've got a quick timeout while Oxygen and Xset ready themselves for the final set of plays. So it's Oxygen calling for the timeout this time round. As it honestly, you know, it's been very, very back and forth, but this does not feel like a game that's out of winnable by any means for Xset.
No, not at all. I genuinely think, you know, they're only really like 4 rounds behind. They could easily pull this back if they wanted to. I mean, obviously they want to, but it just depends how willing Oxygen are to let that happen, and I don't think they're willing to let that happen at all.
So in this round, except with the full equipment, for Oxygen, they've just got themselves the Sheriffs. So they have got good stopping power, though. As you see there, though, so a Sixth Sense there, shooting through the corner and grabbing the first kill.
Oh, we see a bit of a rotate of the Spike come through too. The Spike is now in mid, and you know, but we can see a bit of a pinch come through potentially from Anissa and Philippa here if they want to try and pinch that and take down the Spike carrier, but I don't think it's quite going to come through. And again, it's interesting because Exit haven't really been able to go for a setup yet, but these players of Oxygen are so scattered right now that even if the Spike does go down, it's going to be very difficult to retake.
Nariel trying their darndest, but so far for Exit, it has been a clean round, as close as it's been. Racer dropped as well. This could, I mean, while this was an econ round, oh, there we go. The clean sheet has been broken by Philippa. It's a solid, solid way back into the game for Exit. Giuliano cleans up, but it's not perfect, but it's pretty darn close.
Absolutely. I mean, again, the Exit getting another round in the bag, and this could have been way worse for them, and they're really pulling it back now, and this could get evened up very quickly. And again, I'm wondering if there's a little bit of risk here where perhaps Oxygen are a little too spread thin at times.
No, I do agree. It felt like they didn't have the same level of focus that we've seen from them in previous rounds. I guess, you know, just being on the defenders, they have so far been, you know, trying to play as reactively as they can, but they're always going to be one step behind a coordinated squad.
Absolutely. It looks like they're trying to push B from mid, and we see that long flank come through as well from Giuliano.
Petra is here, of course. The owner and proprietor of the mid. You don't want to mess with them anytime soon. But both teams actually not committing in fully for the plays. Giuliano is going to be able to pick up a kill, I think. Yes! Razor steps right in, and with that, that means the B site is ready for the taking. Exit. They're charging in. Zito does drop down, though, as Retha gets taken out from above. This looks like it's Exit, but Oxygen, they're not backing down.
Spike planted.
No, not at all. And again, you know, Ness has finally rotated, but I do think that rotate came in way too late. The Spike is down, but she really needs to put some work in now. And again, it's this idea of slow and steady wins the race. We've seen Oxygen clutch out these situations through pure patience, just allowing that gunfight to almost come to them. And Giuliano, speaking of gunfight, she's going to take the gunfight to Philippa. Mimi is going to take down Nariel, and it's left all down to Ness, essentially, in a 1v4 situation. Maybe a tactical timeout.
I think when you're carrying an operator as well, you've got to say, is it worth it? I mean, this is a character, you know, an agent who could conceivably go for the 1v4, but you are gambling with some pretty heavy creds.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I think then it was what must have happened. It was, I'm not sure if it was like a lack of intel and like a kind of lack of the call to kind of be like, you need to rotate to B. But I think it should have in theory become pretty obvious that there wasn't any push coming, you know, towards the A site. And I think even at one point, you know, Philippa was very much in a position where she could have easily fed that information, like, yeah, they're not pushing here at all, and like borderline moving towards their spawn at this point. And I think that the rotation should have come through for like 30 seconds earlier than it actually did. And well, Ness is actually going to make up for it by getting that beautiful pick there onto Giuliano. We do love a little bit of revenge like that.
And coming in is Retha from behind for Oxygen, looking to catch the Exet team in a trap. Razor gets one, he trades it back. Crazy does have the angle up into heaven, but they'll trade across. Ness with their second kill. Ultimate deadliness, grab the third as well, and there's nothing that stands in the way of the Reyna.
Oh yeah, fair play. Ness absolutely made up for that late rotate there. Like, that was, yeah, some spicy shots coming through there. Glorious, you do love to see it. And again, you know, Oxygen have essentially pushed this to match point.
All right, so Xset seems to be on a path to a comeback, but... sorry, if Xset seems to be on the path to a comeback, but Oxygen have shut that down pretty convincingly. 5 Vandals coming to the round. Ness maintains position on operator duty. I love, on a character who doesn't have, you know, the built-in mobility, how mobile Ness was in that previous round to be exactly where they need to be every single time.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, opening pick going in favor of Oxygen is certainly going to benefit them. I think it certainly sets the momentum for them 9 times out of 10. Will say the exit, it's kind of like they're still working on where they want this spike to go. It looks like they're going for an A. Well, as soon as I say it, they immediately change their minds yet again. This is what I mean. It feels like there's a lot of thinking here, a lot of kind of scattered thinking, like where should we push? And it looks like they're going to walk into a free stack on B. And yes, there's Petra once again lurking around the midway, but it could be very, very dangerous.
Ness is just not a player you want to try and mess with. At least the res is there to keep Xset in the game. We can see that Petra already down pretty low. It seems to be that the call is we keep going for the B site, even with all the defense we've gone across so far.
And this is it, you see, so they push their ways out of that explosive mess that is being thrown at them, to be honest. And there we go, Oxygen cleaning it up shop, but Zizo isn't going down without a fight. She can get the plant down. She's made herself a little bit of a barrier here. It's going to be very difficult to find her head, and there we go, Zizo picks off one of them. She gets 2!
No charges.
Xset winning another round there. What a beautiful clutch out by Zizo there.
That is ridiculous! They knew exactly where she was! They knew exactly what she was doing, but somehow she keeps her team alive. Xset, they're still fighting here despite everything.
Despite everything being the main point of that absolutely looked like it was going in favor of Oxygen. I think even Oxygen were like, yeah, we got it in the bag, and yeah, no, Filippo, sorry, Zizo wasn't having any of that.
So back into things with Xset, the ones now having the equipment advantage. We do see the stack up as expected. Crazy grabs 2 before falling down, which means the A site plant should be good. As Oxygen, they're close to getting put back on as Razor catches Giuliano, blocks them from the sky, and this is looking like for Oxygen
1 enemy remaining.
a lot closer of a round than we maybe would have expected.
Zizo once again coming through with that final 3k. Oh my goodness gracious. Putting in absolute work here to claw back the rounds in favor of her team. The pressure's really on for Oxygen now, because if Xset get 1 more round in the bag, that's even Steven's match point, and that is a very, very stressful situation to be in.
Oxygen do have enough money to get Ness back on full equipment, though, and we've seen how incredibly deadly that can be. Both teams with an ultimate apiece, but Ness is ready to go into Empress form and blow the game up. This is must win for Oxygen Esports to avoid getting it into that tiebreaker situation.
Oh, absolutely. Again, I think this is the round where both teams are going to just be going absolutely ham. And it's terrifying to think, and there we go, Rain is going to start this off, but Crazy and Zizo are going to pick off 2 members of Oxygen, putting this very much in their favor here. A 4v3 situation, utility going down on site. The plant can go down if it gets there in time. I am concerned that the spike wasn't there for that utility to be used, but maybe it was a little bit of a wiggle timing.
Your duty is not over.
And there we go, the res is coming through Counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean that's it from Xset, isn't it? They just can't hold anything back at this point. They have to win this round to see any more parts of this first game of our best of 3 quarterfinals. 2 incredible teams giving absolutely everything. Oxygen, they're down to 3, but Ness is still here.
Nesses, but Petra ready and waiting. We've seen Petra absolutely pop off this game, and very much capable of doing so. Refurb though is going to actually shut down Petra, so perhaps not this time. But oh my goodness gracious me! Refurb the 2K. Zizo and Giuliano trading it back though. The diffuse is going down. Oh!
Zizo Tizo, he came through clutch for the team before, and no, the defuse. It was a matter of a microsecond. Auction Esports steal out round number 13, and that means we have ourselves our first game winner.
I have no words. I genuinely, what on earth? That was, I mean, I said this was going to be a barn burner, but I don't think I was expecting what we just got. Where do I even start breaking that down? Oh my goodness gracious. Fair play to Exet for being at such a disadvantage then and literally nearly pulling it to, even match point. That is phenomenal. And I think if I was them, I'd be like, we did well there. Absolutely, we did well. We just couldn't quite clutch it out at the end. And the plays that we saw then in those final few rounds, and even especially that last round, I'm kind of shooketh. I am shooketh, as they like to say, and that was phenomenal. And if the second game is anything to go by, we are in for a treat. We are absolutely in for a treat. That was insane. And again, to end on that score is so frustrating, probably for both sides. You don't really want it to be that close. It is a stressful situation to be in, but when you have got two teams who are playing it so by the book and clear cut like that, it is going to get that close. Because again, it just ultimately will come down to whatever the IGL is doing mid rounds to be like quickly razzle dazzle, and or like again adapting to what you see the other team doing. It's all about, I think with teams like this, it always comes down to mid-round adaptation, and again being like, hey, we think the execute's coming here, so we're going to reshuffle here. And there were a few rounds where both these teams struggled actually to adapt to the execution that they thought was coming through, but it actually wasn't. It was like the polar opposite. So again, lots of interesting baits that we've seen from that match, and I'm completely here for it. I want to get stuck into map 2 almost immediately, to be honest.
Well, I'm sure our players are raring to go as well. Just one small point before we do head to break. Zizo Tizo, in the last game, ended up 23-13-6, a score which you could arguably say is better than Ness on the Reyna. They did that on the Sage. When you compare the raw combat power of a Sage versus the Reyna, it doesn't seem like you should be ending up with the same scoreline of both agents.
Absolutely not, but that's a sign of a good roster, really, in my opinion, because it's kind of like having like a torso almost, where you've got these entry fraggers where they're like the 6-pack, and it keeps everything sturdy and strong and upright and great and woo, yeah. But then at the end of the day, if you've got that strong backbone where it's going to keep everything firm and how it should be, then absolutely you're gonna glide to victory. And Zizo absolutely just had so many. If I was Zizo, I would be being like, all of these clips that I have gathered now, all of these clips, give them to me, and I'd be like Smaug with the gold, but it's going to be Zizo on a pile of clips from that match. Like, honestly, absolutely popped off like there was no tomorrow. Holy.
You're right. Genuinely, I could absolutely see this game just being used as a job application, for teams in the future. But all right, we do need to get on to, as I said, the second game here. This is our last series today, but only the first game of that best of 3 series. And based on how close that was, I think it's very much possible we get to see all 3 games. So do stick around, everyone. Game 2 of our quarterfinals coming up after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Huntress Trials for July. We've seen some absolutely off-the-charts Valorant so far. Grace, that last game literally coming down to fractions of a second.
Yeah, exactly. Fractions of a second, literally by the skin of their teeth, these teams were clutching out these rounds. And with such grace as well. Like, there was... my name's Grace too, but, you know. No,
I wasn't sure if you're going to call that one out.
Yeah, I was like, no, like, it's again this idea that, you know, if people are in a situation where it is a post-plant retake, people freak out sometimes. They absolutely are like, oh my god, it gets really clustered. Neither of these teams, when it came to their retakes or even, you know, getting the plant down, if they were in like a you know, 1 to 3 VX, you know, it got to a point where they were just so patient with it. They were just so fluid with it. And that's a really good sign for both of these rosters. And again, it's completely what I expected to see. I said at the start of this best of 3 that these are the 2 teams that I expect to be very, you know, here are our strategies, we're clean cut with it. And we have seen just a very solid by the book Valorant. And it's amazing, actually. It's amazing. We've seen some really good baits as well. I still can't get over that Viper bait, you know, ulting on the one side while the rest of your team, and you just saw the defenders just rushing, like, oh, they're ulting, they're planting here, and it was chef's kiss. That's what we want to see. We want to see stuff like that. We want to see the plays, those mind games. I want to see it. Obviously,
I'd say I love as well the extension of that idea as well, that once you've done a trick like that, you're making the other team second guess every single strategic move they make, because they think, are we sure that's what they're doing, or is this just another bluff?
Absolutely, and it was so classic to seeing these teams do that against each other. And you know, it is a best of 3 though, so we do have more maps for you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going to Ascent this time. You know, this is I believe actually Oxygen's map pick. So, you know, we have just seen Exet, you know, win.
Okay, so let's see what Exet have got for us here. Certainly, you know, we saw Zizo Tizo pulling out an amazing performance on the stage. Looks like they're going to be back on there again. This time round, though, we've got more of the direct carry in Giuliano.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see Ness kind of ponder there about whether to maybe, I don't know how I feel about it really. I guess realistically, you know, switching to Phoenix does make sense for me with Ness. But again, I love to see her on the Reyna because she is very, very, you know, aggressive when she needs to be. And I think that's exactly what I like to see in a Reyna player. But yeah, the Phoenix does make a lot of sense here. And I think, you know, they want to clear out. They want to get that second map in the bag, and they can, you know, have a bit of a celebrate and then get on their support staff for tomorrow. Because, yeah, whoever wins, obviously tonight, they're going through to those semi-finals. And as we've said previously, both of these teams fell last season in those quarters, so they both really want to be pushing further than they did last time right now, and they want to be in for a chance of getting that beautiful prize pool. Nice to treat yourself with a bit of prize pool now and again.
Yeah, I mean, so if you get to the semi-finals, you get your share of the £2,000 prize pool. Of course, if you make your way all the way to the finals and win the whole thing, then you will be getting the major share of that. But still, you know, it's the difference making it, which you said. You know, it could be an incredible night out with the rest of your team. It could be some, you know, some real big money to make a difference for these players, and it would be something that they can use to perhaps even propel themselves with some new equipment or with some extra training to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe some ice pads to cool down their hands afterwards, to be honest, with some of the plays that are coming through. But a beautiful bit of coverage there, allowing the members of Oxygen to slowly make their way to where they need to be. It looks like they've gone for a little bit of a cheeky rotate situation. It looks like they're probably uncontested going to grab A control. The spike's presumably going to go down very, very quickly. A bit of a showdown there, going through trades here, there, and everywhere. 2Ks here, 2Ks there.
Auction coming off the worst win though. Retha, while they make the plant, they're going to have to now win a series of duels, which of course isn't ideal. The 2 versus 3 with both of the Auction members still alive on the site. Even trade across, which is fine for Except Petra will be able to get a little bit of extra intelligence while Retha turns it into a Sova duel. Retha is down to only 17 health. A single shot's going to do it! And Exet will get themselves the first round and first defuse.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Petra showing up yet again, clutching that out and getting the retake. Petra showing up in map number 1, to be honest. So again, one to watch going into this map for sure, because I think she's more than warmed up and willing to put in the work for her team now. I mean, it's interesting, really, isn't it? Because again, it's very by the book, and it's still showing that there are these moments where the teams are guessing one thing and then the polar opposite is happening. But I do like the fact that Oxygen are currently stacking for what looks like a full B rush. Oh wait, no, it's not quite a full B rush. Never mind, I do beg your pardon. Zizo is going to start this by getting the opening pick onto Reefa, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to have that slowing orb there to really put the ice on to their play. Auction, they've taken a lot of damage in the early going. Petra will hold the line with Giuliano. Auction are getting ripped apart here. Nest does at least get one back on the Phoenix, not on the Reyna from before, to have that heal. Does have flexibility. There's Giuliano cleaning up, though. Very nice second round win for XF.
Absolutely, and you know, so far it's so clean coming from them. And I don't think it's necessarily that they're you know, reacting you know, with massive haste to anything Oxygen are doing. I just think that they're setting themselves up in a really good way where that setup around site can't actually happen properly.
Auction this time round, they're going to try and make their push in on A and B simultaneously, trying to find some weakness in the X-Set defense. So far, though, we've seen X-Set be pretty aggressive in their defense. They don't back down at all. Nice escape from Giuliano after taking Rainsa out of commission. X-Set, they're going to need to get that spike up and moving again. They have to be a little... sorry, Austin needs to be worried about Exet coming around the back of them if they're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I really do appreciate the fact that you get that opening pick and you immediately pull back. You don't get greedy with it. Because again, it certainly rustles feathers, especially when you're taking the Sage off the board as well. That is significant utility taken away.
Yeah, no wall, no heals. No second chances here for Oxygen as Giuliano just walks around, makes it look like nothing, grabs hold of the weaponry, manages, no, not quite to get out in time. As Oxygen looks to fight back, it's 3 versus 3, there's no heal. And Oxygen, they've taken a lot of damage, Nariel drops down. It's gonna be close.
Close indeed, you know, 2v3 and the plant is down as well. There's a lot that Oxygen need to do to try and pull this. It looks like Zizo is going for a little bit of a rotate too to try and get to a better positioning and, you know, potentially get a bit of a higher angle there.
One
That's
enemy
getting the
remaining.
kill onto Petra, but getting it taken out in return. The res is good. The defuse is going through as Mimi holds the line, but Ness still gets the kill. They might get the second as well. For Zizo, they have to make the decision here. They know that time is being wasted. I think they're actually just going to abandon ship.
Clutch.
I mean,
But
yeah.
good save from Ness.
Careful now.
It looked like a done deal, but ultimately, Ness did enough to make it impossible to get the defuse.
I am how do I explain it? I feel like there's this map so far feels like both teams are being a little bit too safe.
Okay.
because I feel like we're seeing, and again, not so much in the late round, just in the early round really, and then I think the late round everyone's being brilliant. I think we're seeing some really good, flanks coming through. We're seeing people reposition themselves. I'm seeing people reposition themselves to use specific utility, but it's the early parts. So I think again people are being way too cautious. And for defenders that definitely works well. Like look here, Zizo getting that opening pick and again pulling back slightly, like we previously saw Giuliano do. And I think that's absolutely what you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked incredibly well for Xset to get the kill and get out clean. It's really nice play. And they've suddenly done that again here. So Oxygen, they are poised on the B site. They've been successfully pushed away by Zizo for the time being. And it seems like Xset are ready for Oxygen to try and break away from the point.
Seeing a bit of a cheeky pre-fire through the wall there. As that intel comes through.
Need yourself an Odin. That's what you need. Petra walks in. Oh my gosh! I thought we were in line for another Petra incredible mid defense, but it's just the one kill this time round. As Xset, it's actually going to come down to a very close round here. You see, Giuliano needs to be careful. Nariel is hiding. We saw this before early on in the tournament. How dangerous this spot can be.
Absolutely, and well, there we go. Nariel shut down almost immediately by Giuliano, and it's a 2v2 situation. A lot to go. I think they can assume safely that they are back in dirt here, so this could get dangerous very quickly depending on what the utility Xset have.
One enemy remaining.
Nice use of the wall there. Retha drops down, but we've still got Ness into play. They're going to have to come out sooner or later. Or do they? No! Giuliano! It's another clutch from Ness.
That was a real nice shot. I was slightly considered. I was like, maybe don't peek, maybe hold the angle. But no, obviously, I guess if you're going to win those, you're going to win those.
So, 2 rounds in a row. Ness comes through huge for the team. They haven't caught up on the raw killing power of Giuliano as of yet, but that could change easily in this round as Oxygen are now are in control against an Xset team who can only afford to bring pistols to this next round.
And again, I'm curious as to, the thought process about, oh, well, there we go. Ness taking the front to Zizo, but I was just thinking, like, to try and force that push there through Fish, it feels a little bit risky biscuits, especially when you know there's a Sage there who could, well, obviously Zizo died, but previously it was kind of this idea of, the wall could immediately come up potentially.
It does feel a little bit like Xset's strategies, while they've worked very well in the early going, of maybe falling off in efficacy as this game goes on. Oxygen have got the advantage right now. They've got the Sage, whereas Xset do not, and it's seeming like we're going to be seeing Oxygen clean this one up. Not quite a clean sheet, though, because Mimi does some very nice work. We'll be able to look for another, and manages it almost! Salvages the round, but spectacular play from them nonetheless.
Absolutely. But again, I think the thing is with this map especially is that there is, to attack it, in my opinion, is super difficult because you have these pivotal choke points, and again, I'd say if you are going to do a 5-stack rush, it probably is harder on this map because of that, because
Don't overthink it. That's
you can often come across as an instant shutdown for that push. And again, you've got one dimension that you need to get to, and to actually be able to set up properly for an execute, ideally you need, well, I say 2, but like 1.5, if that makes sense, I guess, where, there's some flexibility there. So if it doesn't go to plan on that initial, that initial way into the site, at least you've got something as backup. But it's so much harder on this map. So much harder.
Oxygen do manage to sneak on to the A site, so that's a big win for them. We have got Giuliano coming in with the firepower, the operator from up on high. But let's see, with both sides dropping killjoys on the site, the plant has already been made.
Yeah, I see a cheeky Sova ult come through there from Oxygen as well, which doesn't quite land on anyone. But, well, Rain is actually going to land on 2 of the players of Xset, getting little picks here and there and everywhere. It's now a 3v5 situation. So this is going to be a little bit tricky for the retake. All they have to do is set up and maybe, you know, use some of the utility they have left in pocket to try and do that. But I don't actually think there's any utility left. And, well, Ness is going to get the pick onto Petra, get a second onto Giuliano, and there we go, Counterfeit. A flawless round for Oxygen Esports.
Wow, punch right in the bank balance. That's a huge loss for Xset there. They dropped themselves an operator. They dropped themselves, I believe, a full hand of weaponry. So they're back to working with just the minimum again. Don't even have enough to bring armor, even light armor, for most of their members.
Yeah, getting a little bit. It is one of those things where it does become a little bit risky biscuits. But I mean, you know, there's still a lot that can be done, and I think I don't want to, you know, call anything too soon, especially after how the last map went. But you know, these last 2 rounds, Oxygen have just, at what seems a very difficult start for them, they just get in and they make it work.
Xset, you know, this is now a 4-round winning streak for Oxygen, but this might about to change as Ness takes a ton of damage from the Killjoy in the early going. The plant, I think, is still going to be good, but Mimi is hacking their way into the site. There's 5 versus 2. Oxygen's weapons ready for grabbing. Xset hoping to turn this game back around.
Stay down.
And there we go, evening after 2v2. Petra's gonna get the pick onto Rain though, so it's all left down to Ness here on the Phoenix. We have seen that she is, well, okay, never mind, she's gonna get shut down by Zizo as Petra goes for the defuse. So that is Xset getting a 3rd round and clawing their way back to even Stevens in this map.
As we're talking about, while Xset didn't maybe survive with as many members as they would have liked to grab hold of as much equipment from Oxygen, they did at least manage to grab a bit. So Oxygen spending out here again to get a hand of Vandals. It's 5 on each side, just all about the raw firepower.
Absolutely, and I do think that this is kind of one of those situations where it's like, we saw how map number 1 went, and it was so close in the end, genuinely so close. And even now, look how close it is. And we're not even really like past that halfway point yet. So
Joke's over. You're dead.
It's a little bit terrifying, really, in terms of, you know, have mercy on whoever either of these teams come up against next, to be honest.
Oh, for sure. You know, as we were talking about before, these are 2 teams with their eyes on the finals, so they're definitely playing at that top level. For Xset, they have taken a lot of damage on the way in, but no one's dropped as of yet. Felipe gonna be on the move, runs right in at 2 Crazy, who grabs the double. Xset could draw even in this round if they can finish the job.
Absolutely, and you know, Mimi getting a 2k there to clean up, and Ness is going to trade it back before getting shut down by Zizo, and there we go, Zizo wiggling happily in celebration with her team. Evened it up, 4-4.
Hey, it's what we came here for. Some top quality Valorant between some amazing teams who, yeah, I mean, last time round, this is just as you said, we went all the way to the very, very end before it was finally decided. It does not seem like anything has changed this time round.
Absolutely not. And you know, I think my main curiosity here is again this idea of if you're going in on the attack, how much kind of leeway that will give you when you actually move onto the defense. Because again, I think you know, 9 times out of 10, a majority of the maps are defender sided. They are set up to be so defender sided. So it's kind of this idea of, yes, they're very even, but do Oxygen have the slight advantage because of that? You know, if they even this out, so they're going into the second half on an even scoreline and they have the advantage, will they just clutch it out towards the end? That is the question I always end up thinking. And to be honest, if it was any other teams, I'd probably have a more definite answer as to how I think that would go. But with these 2, I think that they're just going to keep slogging it at each other in a very straightforward and very, very, actually very, very professional way. Very professional way. I'm excited to see what happens, and I think whatever happens, it's going to be the best team will win. But both of these teams have been absolutely nuts.
So, drawn 4 apiece for Oxygen. Looking like they're going to aggress onto the beef point. We've seen how difficult it can be, just as you said, defending the approach to B. Can it be a one-person job? As actually, it's a fake out. We've seen this from Oxygen on the previous map. They're now backing away with their eyes perhaps towards breaking up through mid, like they did right back at the beginning.
Yeah, I think they're being patient with it. They're kind of thinking like, okay, what can we work with? What's kind of left on site here? What opening picks can we get? They have, you know, Spike's kind of left away for a bit. So they're not really setting up for the execute yet. They just wanted to get that opening pick and then make their decision about where they're going to push to. So here we go. We're going to see them collect that Spike. And it looks like they're going for that long rotate to B.
Ness is taken out of commission. That's a huge takedown to bring the numbers even back for Oxygen, who perhaps now have got the pressure put down. Giuliano takes out Rainsa. It's starting to fall apart a little bit for Oxygen. They're still pressing in towards the B site. Petra, once more the guardian of the entry point. As Mimi gets another kill for Oxygen. This is quickly turning into a disaster.
That was a very, very clean cleanup from Xset there. A clean cleanup?
That's the best kind of cleanup. I mean, well, after all of that said and done, you know, we've got Mimi and Giuliano both on 11 kills apiece. 3 ultimates in hand for Xset and minimal equipment for Oxygen. This could be Xset leaping far ahead to get as many rounds as they can while they are on the defending side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they should be utilizing every single piece of Arsenal in their kit, to be honest, to do so. So as I say, it's going to get a lot trickier when they do move on to their attack, and I don't think Oxygen are going to take any prisoners, especially when, you know, this is a smaller map. There is less room to work with, and as I say, these choke points, they can be so damaging to the attack. So yeah, I think Xset needs to get as many rounds in now as possible, absolutely.
So, Oxygen, they are holding on the B site again. Yeah, we're kind of curious to see if we would see some shenanigans, especially considering that both teams have got the omens to be able to make those map-wide movements. Nariel drops down, though, and the attack on A evaporates. However, that's not where the final attack's going to land.
No, you know, Oxygen now have complete B control, and even more so as Zizo falls there to Rainsa. Rainsa's also going to hold this very tight choking point here. Petra, however, ulting, but... Oh my god, that... Ow! Ow! They were so open! No!
Hunter's Fury to the face isn't enough to put Rainsa down. We're down to 3 versus 2. Giuliano needs to clutch the round but can't find the shots. Does get across, walks through the fire and flames, but the ult is there for the Phoenix. It's Ness versus Giuliano. 2 big carries, but Ness is the better this round.
Ness with the cheeky flash and peek, we do love to see it. Evening this up again, 5-5. We could end up on a perfect 6-6 half.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I think these teams are very much worthy of such a performance. The notable, looking at this, you know, we've got Mimi and Giuliano, 12 kills apiece. For Auction Esports, we may have an even game, but we've got a much more Ness-centric performance for Oxygen than we've got a single carry for Xset.
Ness-centric, I like that.
It's a term!
I mean, you know, Ness absolutely popped off last map, you know, ending on 24 kills. It is no surprise at all to see her absolutely pop off now as well. And I don't know, like it terrifies me so much sometimes, like the ability of these players. Like again, it's just like, oh my god, you're just all built different so much. Like it just makes me want to like pop my head off and roll it down the pavement. out of just pure awe. I'm just like, I can't. My brain can't handle it. I'm like, teach me, god damn. But I love this slight overextension Zizo is doing, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. If you're going to get aggressive and you are going to overextend, absolutely do that on the defense, because the attackers, they have their step A, B, C where they want to come from. And ooh, gliding across the ice wall. No, but she's shut down by Reaper. So close, but no cigar. That could have been so insane if she managed to pull that off.
It was a bold maneuver, but it's allowed Oxygen onto the point. Now, Ness does get taken out of commission, but it's still 3 versus 5. Now looking for a retake. Exit again. Get outmaneuvered despite being in a good position right now. They've still got a tough job ahead of them.
Absolutely. I think we saw some patient there from Giuliano where they were like, I'm not going to try and push into this cover at all. I'm going to wait for a bit and maybe bait them into a false sense of security. So we'll see how that ends up going. It goes like that, apparently.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's so frustrating when the one player between everyone but Mimi comes through. Almost gets freaked out by their teammate trying to kill him there. Round the corner, Nariel saves the round. That felt like that was almost guaranteed.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd say as soon as that spike goes down and you're in the retake situation, it is so much more difficult. But except that it looked like they were pulling it back slowly but surely, and it just kind of fell apart a little bit. But again, would not be surprised if Exit now get this, you know, 12th round in their favor, because again, I am just expecting this to be so evened up going into the second half, and I think even if it does end on like a 5-7, that's still insane. But again, I am concerned about how Oxygen will defend and if they'll just glide to victory way easier, especially given that you can just throw utility on those 2 choke points and just sit back, basically.
I mean, we've been seeing tons of that from the team in this game.
Absolutely.
You know, just on this map, you know, it just completely changes the nature of the map when you suddenly can't see through a significant portion of the map. And see here from Oxygen, when you've got that informational advantage where the other team doesn't know what you're doing, you can make the all-in play.
I mean, you know, a little bit of intel utility being thrown out there as well from the attackers, so it is curious to see how this is going to set up. I mean, it's a standstill. It's a bit of a standoff. We are seeing this rotation coming through where the spike is being carried away. Or is it the old bait and switch? I'm concerned here. It seems like Oxygen, they've had about 3 different decisions in the space of about 10 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Double kill Joy coming out just to make sure we've got no visitors, but the A site is not getting the attention it needs from Exet as they come a charging, and Petra and Crazy get 2 kills. Ness is still up and fighting, though we know they're the most crucial part of any offensive push. Time is running out. The plant is made in time. We're down to 4 versus 4.
Yep, and it is a post plant, and these are the moments where it does get a little bit trickier for the defense, but they've already cleared off one of the members of Oxygen, and again, it's a 4-4 even split here in terms of who is available to be in this fight. And again, we're seeing that even trade come through. Philippa getting the pick, but getting traded out almost immediately, and the defuse is coming down. That we're going to see a lot of utility get used here by Oxygen as well. But is it enough? I think it may not be. Giuliano has to go for the defuse now, because they're left very, very, very exposed here.
Oh no! Wow! What incredible timing there. Nariel did not see that coming at all, but the time had already run out. So it will not be even heading into the second half. Oxygen Esports, with 1 game in hand, need only to win this map, and then they will be headed straight to the semi-finals, looking for revenge on our previous tournament champions.
Absolutely, and I think again, I just want to highlight that. Obviously, yeah, Oxygen they've won this tournament before. They won in April, and you know, both these teams were out in the quarters last time, but they made it to the quarters last time. And only one team can go through now, but I think this this is just showing the kind of increase in competition within the Huntress trials, and that is only ever a good thing. Like, you don't want to be like, oh no, it's getting harder, I'm not having fun anymore. It's like, no, we're getting these absolute death stacks come in. It's what we want to see. We want the competitive, Valorant women's scene to get absolutely disgusting, and it is getting disgusting, and these matches are getting so close, and I'm completely here for it. Pour it into my eyeballs, please.
Yeah, I mean, they've been giving us some truly fantastic stuff so far, as we've got Exet now switching across to the offensive side. We had some worries about them. They come in with the disadvantage. They come in the disadvantage situation, but it seems like Exet perhaps are going to look to try and turn things around. As we got the even trade early on, Giuliano gets a nice couple of hits in. Ness is still up.
Indeed, and Petra's going to take the pick onto Rain as well. They do still have to set up for the execute, and it is, 30 seconds on the clock. They do start having to make that push, but, well, this defense is nowhere to be seen as the members of Exet is easily gliding into sight, throwing their utility down. The spike presumably will go down now with ease, and then it is a retake situation.
Yeah, we saw how well this favored the new defenders. Exet, now that they've got the site to themselves, they've got the numbers advantage. This would be an absolute miracle if Oxygen were able to pull this off. It seems like maybe Oxygen's going to hold out and maybe wait for Exet to take a step too far forwards.
Absolutely, intel being pinged there, and flashes coming through here by the defenders trying to get picks onto the attackers. Rena's going to get one, but ultimately will be shut down by Petro. The cheeky 2k towards the end there, ultimately ending that round with 3 kills under her pocket.
Yeah, very nicely done. So we're back to this. Well, I guess we were somewhat in the same situation we were before, where Giuliano for Exet looked like they might break away in the same way that Ness has, but it's just Oxygen who are relying so very heavily on their major carry player of Ness. It's Giuliano and Mimi for Exet who can both get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really showing up this time. And, I mean, this is what you want to see, really. The thing here that's concerning me is, okay, yeah, you've got the Phoenix holding here, but again, I think maybe what may be better there is having someone with a bit more of a block ability. Like a sturdy block, like a Sage with the ice wall, instead of just like, here's some fire. But, well, there we go. Giuliano is going to take that pick onto Ness, and that's leaving B completely exposed if Exet want to take it, which it doesn't look like they are for some reason.
Charging instead up mid into Felipe, who is going to have that dark cover and also be slowed as well, tracking that paranoia. But it's looking like Exet are managing to take control of this round. The mid is heavily defended from Oxygen as Giuliano round the corner takes out Felipe. Rita is waiting in mid. I get the kill back.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, again, we're in a situation where the clock is ticking down, but Verone won't be X, so it's kind of... I don't think Exet are too worried about this, but they've taken so much time that the main concern for me now is if they do make a sloppy mistake and line up for Nariel, which they almost did just now. But no, that plan needs to go down ASAP before any mistakes can happen. And there we go, Petro is actually going to swing out and finish this off. I think, again, this is another case of slow and steady wins the race. They're not immediately getting stuck in. They're not forcing objective anytime soon. They're really being patient with it. They're working out, you know, where they want that final push to come from. And they're trying a little bit of everything. They're dipping their toe in here and there to each side and kind of being like, okay, can we get a few opening picks? Can we burn out some of that utility first as well?
Here.
He's working out for them, to be honest.
Well, so our concerns about Exet's offensive push seem to be unfounded so far, as they've managed to successfully draw things back even again. Racer making sure that door does not close on the A site, can see that Oxygen, they've made, or they've committed most of their resources across to B, but Xset, maybe anticipate the A site being more heavily defended than it is, seem to be pulling away.
Yeah, and the irony now would be if Oxygen decides to pull away from B, thinking that because I would just sigh. But no, it seems like they're sticking there and they're very much willing and waiting for that push to come through onto B. As I say that,
Placing
the
swarm
Cypher's
grenade.
obviously going to push away. Of course they are. As soon as I say it, sod law.
Well, I guess, yeah, so Crazy has gone down, so that Omen maneuverability will not come in clutch. Oh my lord, Oxygen Esports, they're ripping through, but Tizo does salvage the play. It's now down to a 1v1 on the site. Felipe is waiting just round the corner, and no, just manages to
30
miss the
seconds
shot
left.
there. Good escape and evade, but the plant, I don't think it can happen yet.
No, not quite. And you've got to wait for Mimi to try and get on site as well for a bit of a backup, because this is very risky
Player
biscuits to
standing.
be alone on site and actually going
What?
to try and stick the plant. The plant has indeed gone down, and it's all left down to Reefer now to try and go for this retake. Not ideal.
And Mimi getting the double there is absolutely massive as Reetha continues to get aggressive, but Mimi actually finishes off the job. Xset take the lead.
Yeah, and it's again, this is getting so close, and I think every single prediction I've made just has gone out the window a little bit here, because every time, Xset, they're very much not struggling on their attack at all. And a lot of that is, I guess, coming down to the fact that they're willing to be patient, and Oxygen are kind of, I wouldn't say they're making mistakes, but they're definitely slipping up in parts where it's like, you could just be a bit more passive here. Again, it was just, or like, again, being a bit more aggressive where it needs to be. There was one player on site with one kind of slowly making their way up, and there were enough players at that point for a pinch to come through, and it didn't quite happen. And I do appreciate the fact that obviously the intel had to come through to let them know that stage was planting, but it's just a little too late there.
Ooh, it's been very narrow though, as again, for any of you guys who are coming to this one late, Oxygen Esports and Xset here in the quarterfinals. Oxygen with one game already completed, but it was ridiculously close in that first game, so very good possibility of seeing us go to game 3, especially if Xset keep this up.
Absolutely, so many of these opening picks are going in the favor of Xset right now on their attack, and it's just becoming a lot more fluid, and they're still lurking around mid, and at this point I'm not really that worried, because we've seen so many times that last 30 seconds is when they'll decide to go for the setup and execute. They seem to just, as I say, do a little bit of face check intel half the time.
Yes, that's a very dangerous way to be able to find out, oh yes, I know but the fact that I'm dead, that's for the
One
enemy.
enemy remaining.
Certainly, there we go. It's all left down to Reefer. They're going to get the opening pick there onto Giuliano to start off this 1vx situation. But they're 3 more to get, and the spike has just gone down, Counterfeit.
It's a lot to ask from one player with a sheriff, and maybe they can salvage something a little bit more substantial. There were 2 Xset members who can drop down. Tizo there is there to make sure there's no kind of shenanigans. Xset move into, now with 2 rounds in the lead, they've got themselves a streak.
They certainly have, and they need to win this map. Ideally, they need to win this map. If they lose this map, that's them completely out of the race. If they win this map, they can force it to that 3rd and final map and still be in a chance of winning. So the pressure's certainly on, and they're actually working really well under pressure. And again, that might be why we're seeing a lot of caution come through from them. They don't want to go for the immediate setup and execute. They want to take their time a bit. They want to see what they're working with. They want to try and whittle down the opposition a little bit more. Get 1 or 2 opening picks before they make their decision.
Ness throwing out the run it back, and Reigns are dropping as well. So it's like, Oxygen Esports, it feels like they're feeling that pressure a little bit, committing in ults immediately, trying to hope for some sort of early advantage, but they're not finding it.
Absolutely, but it's a 5v4 right now, and it's still a lot of time to play with on both sides, and the rotation is coming through with the spike to A, but I think there's going to be a little bit of a call coming out there to the rest of Oxygen. Well, certainly now, and we're going to see the plant go down. It's a retake situation yet again for Oxygen, and they keep fluffing this slightly. So I want to see them get patient and cautious with it now. I want to see them do this more by the book instead of getting perhaps a little bit flustered.
Yeah, right now, Oxygen, they have gone off the book, and it's not working very well for them at all. Ness, though, is still an absolute powerhouse of a player. Grabs hold of one kill, but Oxygen just down to Giuliano in from the side. Scoots out and picks up kill number 4. Giuliano looking to build their own legend here today at Ness's expense.
Absolutely, like Giuliano is absolutely, look at that, 23 kills so far, and
Wah.
yeah, that is pretty good going. Again, it's this idea that you can divide the amount of kills by the amount of rounds you've had, and if that is above a positive number, that's usually a very good sign. And so far, they're on a 1.35 kills per round, which they have been putting in the absolute work. They have been getting that lunch. They have been getting that bread, and it's good. It's really good, especially because they, as I say, they need to win this. They need to force it to that final map. They don't want to lose out and be kicked out in the quarterfinals again, like they were last season. So good going to them, to be honest. And again, it's interesting because I love how impatient I am sometimes watching this, where I'm like, no, go for the setup immediately, go for the execute now, go. But they are being so like, dip your toe in the water, burn out some of the defenders' utility, get a few opening picks, and then we'll go up for the setup. Then we'll collapse into site. Then we'll get the spike planted. Yeah, it's really good going. Really, really good going. And you can see why Oxygen are kind of struggling a little bit now with dealing with that, because well, I mean, looking at this now, look, they're stacking up very much on the A side, and whilst, yes, I will say you only really need one person on that B site, it's again the utility that you choose to invest there that can really make or break how you hold that in the initial first minute or so. And I mean, so far, again, a lot of patience coming through from both sides, but I think maybe a little rotation needs to come out somewhere for one of them, and we need to see them be a bit more aggressive on the defensive side. I think that's what would favour them. Unironically, I think definitely if Oxygen were to get a little bit more aggressive now and catch them off guard, it would probably just unravel XZ, because when people are being that patient, it's usually because you're giving the room to be that patient. You're giving the room to dip their toe in and see what you're working with. If you just send someone in to make a really hyper-aggressive play, it will catch them off guard 9 times out of 10.
I mean, this is very much a dangerous round for XZ as Crazy gets taken out. Oxygen, they've come into this one with a massive ultimate advantage. Nearly their entire squad bring their ultimates into this round, and equipment as well. So if this is a time for Oxygen to try and break this streak that XZ have set up, it's here and now on the B side.
Yeah, and a retake is very difficult to do, but they do have the utility in pocket to do it, but also so do these attackers. We see Petra here burning out a lot of that utility to try and get that intel, to try and aid her team to keep this spike firmly planted and firmly in favor of XZ.
Amy and Petra getting kills each, but it's coming down to the wire. Ness is coming through. Petra, the Guardian at the gate against Ness. 1v1 time, and you don't want to get into a 1v1 with Ness.
You absolutely don't, and this is it, right? Okay, maybe what Oxygen need to do is... Let me consider this, actually. Maybe have 2B as it is, but one of them being Ness, and just have Ness kind of stampede through Fish a little bit, like we've seen in previous rounds, but with the extra player there for the refrag and also the utility. So if Ness needs to pull back, they can pop something in order to allow her to safely come back a little bit. Although I say that, and look, they're not really going for any initial push towards B again, and it looks like there's more of a again, dipping your toe in it, keeping the spike firmly back, not really going for anything too spicy. Reaper, however, getting a nice little 2k there before being shut
One
down.
enemy remaining.
You will not
Giuliano
kill my
is now
ally.
off of the site because they're too busy being dead, but the B site is left open for a rush from Xset. So this is one of the best rounds for Oxygen Esports for a while. They looks like they will have to still go for the retake though.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it is a 4v2, but if that spike goes down, it's going to be a lot trickier still. And there we are. The spike is being planted, so yes, they have the advantage of having 2 extra players here, but
Last player
if
standing.
they don't have the intel needed to work out where those players of exit are, and I mean, as I say that, obviously one of them is, of course, going to fall there. These is going to get one of them, but can they clutch out the rest of it? No, they can't. They're going to get one and then shut down immediately by Philippa, who is going to go for the defuse there. I mean, realistically, it's again this idea where I'm like, I would say that was a very good clutch out, but in my opinion, Oxygen should not have let that plant go down.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly had, in every other respect, control over that round. Now Oxygen, having broken the streak of Xset once again, have put themselves back into a position where they can maybe catch up, maybe overtake Xset, and close out this quarterfinal with 2 straight games.
I want to see some hyper-aggressive play come through, and just to see if it would work more than anything, but I like the fact that they've got the Sova and Sage on B right now. As I say, that's a lot of utility that can be utilized if they do need to pull back, but I think they're slowly catching on to this idea that the push doesn't immediately come through. There's a lot of intel gathering coming through from Exit on their attack, and to be fair, that is fair play. The way that Exit have attacked this has been so good. You know, they haven't been trying to force anything too much. It's like baiting in a way, I suppose. It's seeing what you're working with before committing to anything, and it's a very safe way of playing. But of course, as I say, they're going to be safe when they need to win this map. They need to. Underlined several times with Red 10, they need to.
And we can see Xset, they are taking this round pretty cautiously, moving up through the mid, backing off again. As we can see, this B site is going to be hard to get onto, but keep your eye out for that jet. Giuliano is on the flank. Nesto with the operator, super deadly, but Petra gets the takedown. That's huge. Xset with the leverage advantage. Still going to have to break on the site itself. Felipe drops as well. Rita trying to hold off
Player standing.
at the end, and it's now down. No, nobody's left. That's a big win for Xset, and they move themselves into position to bring us to game 3.
Absolutely, and I'm happy for them, to be honest, and I'm happy that we are potentially going to, you know, map 3, and it looks like we will be going to map 3. And I said at the start of this best of 3 that I am assuming with these 2 teams that we will end up on that 3rd map. Absolutely, they've put on a phenomenal performance here. And yeah, going to that 3rd map, it is going to get a little bit spicy. At the same time, given how cautious Exit have played here and how well it's worked for them, I think my main concern is that both teams are going to try and be too overly cautious, and we're going to see mistakes getting made because of that.
Opponent killed.
Caesar with a nice takedown to start us off for Oxygen Esports. We need to see something special from them here if they're going to try and make the semi-final stages here and now.
And again, it's both teams. I was worried about this for the 3rd map, but now it's happening really in this round where everyone's being, I guess again, not overly cautious, but there is this aspect of
You should run.
let's not go for anything immediately from both the attack and the defense. I mean, if you're going to be holding fish like that and then... Well, you can't hold fish like that. They are going to clean up. Ness and Reaper both falling there to the players of Xset. It is now a 2v5, and again, Oxygen being left with that disadvantage of player count. The spike has gone down.
One enemy remaining.
Reigns are just taking their time to finish off the job there. Oxygen Esports down to 2 members of Giuliano. Does not hit with knives, so that means that this isn't completely a done deal. The plant has been made by Xset already. They can smell this third game coming. They certainly worked their hardest to get to our final map of Icebox. But here comes what could be the final play.
The final play indeed, the timer is ticking, and there we go. Trades coming through, but ultimately Xset have won this round out. Xset have won out this map, and we are going to map number 3.
Oh my gosh, hey, it's what we expected, it's what we hoped for, just like before. Our first game teased us with this possibility. Now we finally get to see what these teams are truly made of on Icebox. I mean, from what we've seen so far, we've obviously we've seen the teams really go the distance here in these games. How are you feeling about each of them coming into our final game?
I think this is the thing. Like, I think that Xset did really well there to play the way they did on their attack. It was so cautious, and it kind of unraveled Oxygen a little bit. Well, I think Oxygen were overthinking a little bit too much. It's kind of like the polar opposite of what we saw in the first game almost, but in a slightly different way, because it was less utility use from the attack. It was more to do with actual full-on patience. My main concern about this final map is that we're going to see both these teams be so cautious that it's just going to result in these massive kind of time wastes on both sides, and then it's going to get to the final 30. The attack are going to be like, oh, we need to get the setup and execute down, but at that point they haven't burned out enough utility or players on the defensive half. The defense are going to be like, they haven't pushed us yet, should we overextend? It might get a little bit chaotic, to be honest. It might get a little bit chaotic, but again, I am so happy that we're ending up on map number 3, and I did say with these two teams, I am expecting it to go to map number 3, and that's what we're getting. So I am happy about that. It's more Valorant for us to watch. It's more, more favorable for both these teams. I think it would have been very, very upsetting, in my opinion, for Xset to have just gone home then, in a 2-0, especially considering how well they've actually played and how much they've stuck it out once again to the quarters. Both of these teams could legitimately win it. This is the thing. Both these teams could legitimately win it right now. Obviously, again, Oxygen want to, for that revenge arc, potentially pushing them closer and closer towards their revenge match with Project X. But Xset as well, it would be nice for them to push through the quarters and make their way to the semis for the first time. So much to think about,
So before we do get to our final game of the day, I believe we've got some updates on our bracket getting to this point. So, of course, here we go. Project X up against Toxic, so that's still ongoing. And, of course, Xset versus Oxygen Esports, which we will be seeing the results of going up against the winner of that first quarterfinals. The Gangsters down there against Freya as well. And the Chat Band have actually finished out their quarterfinals already. They have managed to get the 2-0, so at least we know one component of our lower semi-finals.
Exactly, and that top part of the table there, Project X, Toxic, WW3, Xset, Oxygen, like they are the very, very prominent teams that have been here previously, and I think again for the Gangster Z, Freya, Chat Band, and Luna, I think they're very much looking to go against these titans in the upper half there. So it's very exciting, really, isn't it? It's very exciting indeed, and I think that, again, I'm curious to see how that Project X match goes, but again, Xset and Oxygen, they're going to want to be playing against Project X, most certainly. I think they've got their eyes on the prize for that, certainly so. Especially, as I say, Oxygen, they want their revenge match against them. They want to be able to be like, okay, you beat us last time, but now's our time to try and shut you down and force our way to the grand finals again to potentially become the champions for the second time. But I do love it as well when a team gets the champion, they get first place for the first time too. So it's all to play for Xset right now as well. And this could literally go either way. This genuinely could go either way. That is, I feel scared for both teams right now. That's the weird thing. Like, I feel nervous for both of them. I can only imagine how they probably feel.
Yeah, and of course, what this is all leading to after this last game of the day will be those semi-finals tomorrow at 12:15 BST, as you can see along the top with the grand finals following it as soon as they're available. Both semi-finals are done. So that should be an absolutely fantastic day of play. But we're not quite done here for this particular stage. The quarterfinals are not yet concluded. So we will be headed to a short break before we find out which one of XSET or Oxygen Esports will be headed to the semi-finals to potentially go up against our previous tournament winners, Project X. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be all the way to the wire. We'll see you after the break.
Took a bite, and now I'm filled up. I don't know where you are tonight. 'Cause you're right, I've been starving and now I don't know what to do tonight. But I've been feeling like you're pretty easy to like. When your body is closer to mine, you got me feeling like there's no one other than you who can make me lose my mind. You start me up like no one has ever could. You fuel my fire. What are the odds we end up loving this? Spending every minute together. I found it quite hard, quite lovely. You start me up like no one has ever could. You fuel my fire. I took a bite, and now I need more. I don't know how to make this right. 'Cause you're right, yeah, you're right. We are going too fast, but no, I don't know how to stop. But I've been feeling like you're pretty easy to like. When your body is closer to mine, you got me feeling like there's no one other than you who can make me lose my mind. You start me up like no one has ever could. You fuel my fire. What are the odds we end up loving this? Spending every minute together. I found it quite hard, quite lovely. You start me up like no one has ever could. You fuel my fire, fire, fire. You fuel my fire, fire, fire. You fuel my fire.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Huntress Trials for July. We have delivered on our promise and give you only the best Valorant here, all the way to a third game where, as I said, it's literally anybody's to go through to the semi-final stage.
Absolutely, and this is the terrifying thing, because again, both these teams absolutely deserve it, but only one can win.
So, what are our lessons we got coming into Icebox here? We've had both teams get their own games. First one was a little bit dicey up until the end, but I think in the second game win for XSET, that felt pretty comfortable by the end.
Yeah, absolutely. XSET were the ones who adapted best to how those choke points work, and especially with a map like Icebox, I think if they keep doing the same thing, it's probably going to favor them a lot more than Oxygen. Oxygen were getting a little bit too aggressive and just feeding that information to XSET way earlier.
So if we look back at some of the players, of course, we had a lot of attention onto Ness in the previous games, but Giuliano actually managed to outstrip Ness in terms of raw kills. That's not something that's easy to do.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, it's again this idea that they are so evenly matched to the point where if one player decides that they're not gonna, well, they haven't decided it, but if they're not doing as well, someone else will fill that spot. They will fill that role, and they will be there to get those frags. So again, both these teams are just so balanced and strong. These rosters are good rosters.
So, I mean, if we take our eyes off Giuliano and Ness for both teams, we've then got, talking about the second string players, or something of the second string players, Mimi and Retha for the Oxygen side of things. Both of them, able to step into that secondary carry role when the situation calls for it.
Absolutely, and that's what you need in a team. You need that strong backbone. You need people who, if you do let those, it's like with Zizo, you let the initial fraggers kind of, if they do get picked off, you've still got that strong support behind you, especially when it comes to Sage players, because to be honest, it's again, you've got that healing ability, which I know I was saying I was a bit biased towards it earlier, and it's kind of, I'm still adjusting to the fact that Valorant has something like that, but I think that, yeah, again, when you have someone that has that utility, but they're a gunner, and they can show up like that, that is a little bit too OP, to be honest.
Well, let's see. Maybe it'll start bleeding over into some of these other games to have the chance, to have that extra option in the game. Certainly, we've seen it be a very, very popular pick amongst. I believe we'll be shortly getting onto our third and deciding game of Icebox, so we'll see what the picks are going to be. Yeah,
certainly, and this is I would say the interesting. Oh, we're seeing the new agent come out. Oh wait, no, we're not. It was the bait, the bait and switch. Oh my goodness! Why are you gonna do it to me? Why are you gonna do it to me? That would have been glorious. I would have been here for that. Absolutely no. Judge, going on my point where I was saying that X were doing so well to kind of allow the patience to let the side of Oxygen kind of push a bit aggressively and give away some of that information. It would be interesting to see both these teams kind of bring more intel utility to the board, but I am not quite seeing that. So again, it's still it still could end up in the same situation depending on how aggressive Oxygen choose to be. It's like, okay, are you going to allow for they haven't made their push, and maybe you'll overextend and they'll pick you off and they'll get that information on your location and things like that. You don't want to make that mistake again.
Yeah, so, I mean, coming into the soft run, you mentioned the importance of intelligence. So we've at least got the Sovers, but it does seem like both teams have focused pretty heavily on the area control over nearly anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, loads of cover as well coming through, loads of covering abilities, and again, when you've got these maps where it's only 2 spots and they do have these pivotal choke points, especially the B push. I mean, I think 9 times out of 10 you do see a lot of people kind of favoring A, especially as the first push, which is what we're going to see here. From Project X, we are seeing them go to A first, and I see that happen a lot, to be honest. And it always interests me when the defense aren't fully prepared for that. I just think people radiate it towards it like bees with jam.
And this is no picnic indeed for either of these teams. Again, for any of you guys who are just joining us, we are into Game 3 of the quarterfinals. 2 teams with legitimate claims towards the throne in our July tournament up against each other, but only one gets to go further forward. Mimi, nice up and over, gets the kill to equalize 4 versus 4.
Spike planted.
Yep, and that's the spike going down. So it is again now a retake situation, 4v4 retake though. So there's still a lot of work that both teams can do, and we're seeing this really long flank come through from Oxygen actually, trapping the players of Project X into these cubby holes.
Silence.
Nice trade through as Petra, who we saw
One
before in the
enemy
breach,
remaining.
doing fantastic work. Looking like it's going to clean up here. Managing to get hit. Mimi actually with the triple. Nariel refuses to fall but cannot stand. It's a solid first round win.
Yeah, very, very solid indeed. Again, they just kind of... I think there, what I'll say is Oxygen didn't react fast enough, and, we saw the flank come through. But I would like to, again, see a bit more utility invested kind of mid and A initially, certainly. Especially, this is kind of like, it's like a collapsed box of a map a lot of the time. It's like where you have, other maps where there are two sites. It feels a lot more wide and a lot more long. Whereas this is like, you've got such little room to work with, it feels. And again, those choke points, you should be able to easily pinch and flank into them as a defender. But so far, we're not quite seeing that from Oxygen.
All right, so first round to exit. We have got Crazy defending the line there. Managing to spray down. Felipa stops it from being a complete team wipe, but it was pretty darn close.
It was like they just kind of lined up then, to be honest. Like, again, the spike is planted and it is all left down to Ness here, and there's very little she can do here. This is the part where I'd be like, no, we're having a tactical timeout. This isn't working. That's 2 rounds in a row where we just, we've kind of fluffed it a little bit, to be honest. And again, being a bit wide there, it's like, yeah, maybe hold an angle if you want to, but otherwise I would just be like, now is the time to have a tactical timeout. Absolutely. I'm pulling back and we're talking about what on earth is happening and what we can do to fix it.
All right, so Exet, yeah, looking good here. Mimi has been coming through massively on the squad on the Killjoy, on the offensive push. I was kind of expecting to see the Killjoy have more, of an impact defensively.
I mean, there's a lot of utility, and I think it's I think certainly late in the later game, in the later half, I suppose, that's when it gets very, very spicy with those Killjoys. But in the opening, I like how we're getting a nice little shot of that intel dart of where it's going. Giuliano though is going to start this off by getting the nice pick onto Reefer. Again, this is where I want to see Oxygen absolutely stampeding back, and they've left that so open.
Yeah, solid start here for Exet. The plan, I think, is gonna be good here because Oxygen are being kept outside the point. You see they're desperate to try and get back in again and stop this from turning into a rout. Exet have done very well here. Zizo comes through huge, taking out Felipa. And it seems like Oxygen, they are evaporating.
Oxygen evaporating indeed, but again, it's a shame that they've chosen to go A every single time, and we're not seeing much adaptation coming through from Oxygen, and that worries me somewhat.
So 3 remaining versus 4. We know that Ness is still in the middle of all this mess. Mimi, the star player so far for Exet, as well, there you go. The bomb goes off. Oxygen, they couldn't make their way in, and that's Exet moving up 3-0.
It does concern me somewhat. Like, it really does. I think more utility needs to be used on A. Yeah, fair enough if you want to have players around B, but I think at this point you can afford to maybe send some block utility onto B, and maybe have someone lurking around mid. But the rest of you definitely need to be on A. And actually, it looks like that's what they're setting up for, minus the mid part. So. Curious to see how this is going to go down. Maybe it looks like they're going for a bit of a bait here, putting that pressure onto mid so they can start making their way into A with the spike again. But we've got players ready and waiting, and they do have a lot of offensive utility there.
I mean, this is one of the reasons to really love ESPORT, just the amount of maneuverability you can get around the map, especially if you are a Jet. So Ness and Giuliano both making a big impact. But right now, Except they're in the disadvantage. Now they're definitely in the disadvantage, losing out on their big Giuliano carry.
Yes, indeed. It looks like Oxygen have finally, you know, the coffee's kicked in now, and they're like, oh, wait, hang on a second. Yep, this is how we play the
Enemy
game.
remaining.
Oxygen, once again, getting another pick, taking down the significant gunner of Zizo. As we said previously, a very flexible player, able to both fulfill her role supportively, but also carry on a significant number of frags for her team.
Taken out.
Down to one remaining. Remember, Petra refuses to give in, but Nariel makes it official with the triple kill. Oxygen, even if the worst happens, they are not going to get locked out entirely.
I think that I needed to see that happen for my own sanity. Because I feel like I was getting a little bit spooked there for Oxygen, if I'm honest. I was getting a little bit shooketh. Again, you know, Xset just coming in and just stampeding through with a very clean-cut way of how they wanted to attack, and Oxygen not really adapting well to it, but finally that adaptation is coming through. If they can try and secure it back to even Stevens, that's going to certainly benefit them, but Giuliano is going to get things underway by taking down Renissa, so again, this is where we want to see a bit of a rotate come through from Oxygen.
Of course, it's going to be a little tricky for them because they spread Oxygen have towards the B site pretty heavily. Ness is here in defense. That's the player you want, but they don't hit the first sniper shot. Innic takes out Aretha. It's looking like Xset may have control of the point. The plant is good. Ness holding back, waiting for the other Oxygen members to hit in from the southern flank.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's. I did say the pressure would be on, and I was curious to see, you know, how both teams would play because of that. Because I think people do tend to get a bit safer with it. But I wouldn't even say Oxygen are being safe. It just feels like they're making the wrong assumptions. And you know, now we're in a 2v3 situation. Make that a 3v1. It's all left down to Felipe now, and again, barely any intel there, barely any lines of sight. Nothing that she could really work with.
Oh, good use as well from Xset looking to try and stop an Oxygen resurgence, making use of the Viper's Pit to hold the site. Felipe looking for an exit frag or two. I think we'll be disappointed there, but at least let's hold on to their own weaponry heading now into round 6 with Xset in control.
Absolutely in control, 100%. I'm so confused as to why they are sending so much to B a lot of the time. It looks like, again, they're trying to adapt a bit better by having people kind of mid-A now, rightly so, but we do see the Spike kind of prep for a bit of a B rush there. But ideally, this is where you want that utility. If you do have this one player on the B site, it should be someone with the utility to deal with that. And, you know, so far it's held off a little bit. Felipe though overextending and is going to get taken out because she goes for a little bit of an ability when it's not the right time to. You really don't want to leave yourself overexposed like that.
Yeah, the buddy system coming into full effect there. 4 versus 4 as Giuliano finds the shot across but can't quite finish the job. That's still a big chunk of health off of Retha on that Sova, weakening some of the defense over on the B side, but look at the A! There's nothing there! But Giuliano, taken down by Rainsa, gets 2 before being traded.
Yeah, you know, this is looking slightly cleaner for Oxygen now, but I'm curious how much of that is because they seem more comfortable with defending these like B site pushes. Obviously, only time can tell if that point is certain. You know, not.
The Loch Ness Monster, with all the knives in the world, takes down Petra without even using those knives, and somehow backs out, with leaving Mimi all by herself on the point with the spike drop. There's no way, surely, on 30 health. And there we go, Auction cleans up. That's round 2 for them.
Yep, but you know, again, it's interesting because the last map, you know, obviously Xset won and they clawed their way back on their attack, but it seems like I don't know whether it's because their attacks are so clean and structured, or whether it's just the fact that Oxygen are defending a little bit squiffy. You know, there's a little bit of sometimes I think when they're in like a 1v1, or they end up in an engagement like that, they do get a little bit aggressive. We saw it just now. You know, when the Viper got the pick and then was just very wide and open and didn't even consider the possibility of a duo push there, which I think again it's a little bit risky biscuits. And I think, yeah, maybe be a little bit more cautious here. Maybe not be as aggressive.
Maybe drop double Killjoy onto the A side, forcing a mass evacuation from both teams. So Exet, they are down to 4. And it looks like Exet are going straight back onto the point now that the Killjoys from both sides have been expended.
I mean, ideally, if you're defending, you want your Killjoy to be going down at the same time as the attacker Killjoy. I think that certainly benefits you, and you know, prevents that forced plant, really. So it does give the defense a bit of time to work with. It looks like we're seeing a little bit of rotation here with the spike. But you know, the defenders, they're lined up really nicely to be able to deal with that if they want to. There's a lot of pressure here on mid still. As I say, that the stage is of course going to run away.
30 seconds left.
Well, Nariel is still there to defend. I was going to say, with this, one of the criticisms we have for Oxygen before is that they were maybe, you know, getting punished for being too spread out, but now it is providing them that, with that spread defense, they are able to cover all angles, which means Exet are back to making a desperation plant up against Ness, who grabs the triple kill and finishes off the job. Solid win there for Oxygen, and they're almost back even again.
Yeah, and it feels like a kind of premonition, deja vu situation, because again, these teams are being so evenly matched going into this map. At this point, you know, we've seen a complete domination the first few rounds, and then the other team has started to claw it back a little bit, which is exactly how every map has gone for these two.
Coming in to round 8. Both the teams coming into this one fully armed. They're not holding back at all. Except they're back on the A site again. I think it's said, you know, maybe getting discouraged by some of the lack of success on the B means they're narrowing their options considerably.
Absolutely, but this is what I mean. A bit of patience coming through from Exet, and it's almost like, you know, there's no reaction really from Oxygen here, and that site control has been taken. Look at all of this site control, and the spike can go down now. This is the thing. They're still. It's interesting. It's going to be so cautious when they have so much control there, and the plant isn't being executed at all.
It seems like Exet maybe a little unwilling to believe how well that aggression to the site went. Oxygen is certainly lurking around the outside, looking for a chance to get back in. The Res come through to put Mimi back in the field with all of her deployables, but we are in the Viper's pit once more. Their area control is always crucial.
Take flight.
It's interesting because, again, if they would have gone for the plant sooner, they probably would still have the player count, and it's being whittled down more and more here by Oxygen. It's now a 5v1 make that. Mimi with the spike has to clutch out a 1v5. Very difficult thing to do, and there we go. Renissa's going to actually shut her down. A flawless round coming through from Oxygen, and essentially being handed to them just because of the hesitance there to go for the plant.
Wow, this is honestly kind of astonishing here. Exet looks so much in control, but Oxygen, they seem like they found the keys to this half. Unless we see something dramatically different from Exet, I wonder if we now see Oxygen run away with the defending half.
But this is, again, it's this point, and I always make it. I always make it with things like this. If you get that plant down, if you get that spike firmly planted on the ground, time becomes your sixth player, essentially. And that benefits you so much. It can force the other team to make ridiculous mistakes. It's frustrating, especially considering how well Exit have done so far, and then, you know, all that control for now, and it just slowly crumbled away. Obviously got to feel amazing for Oxygen because they've evened it up, but frustrating, I will say, Counterfeit.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's part of that mental discipline that these teams will have been developing as much as they can to be in situations like this. to be so close to a runaway game, but have it snatched away from you, and to find that mental reset to get back in the game and start being competitive once more.
Absolutely. And, you know, here we go again. They're getting that site control. We're seeing this utility go down. Will the plant happen? Yes, no, maybe so.
Here.
Yeah, we criticised the XZ before for waiting too long on the plant. Petra, who did have the spike, gets taken out. We have got the wall to block off a little bit of sight. There we go. This time around, XZ, they'll make the plant that little bit earlier and force out the response from Oxygen.
Absolutely, force out the response is the main thing there, because now Oxygen have to make these really quick thinking plays, and they are very unaware of Mimi up here, like a little rat hidden in the corner. The Leaper's gonna fall to Zizo, and again, it's not looking very good for Oxygen as more of their players fall. It's now a 2v2, but again, that timer is going down. The ult's gonna come through from Reaper on the Sova. Ness is gonna get the pick onto Zizo. A 1v2, but they're defusing.
Oh! The secret Mimi is the deadliest! The time has run out! Exactly as you said, with the earlier bomb plant, while Mimi has to pay for it with her life, that is XZ now back in the lead.
But this is it, right? This is exactly it. You force that plan. As soon as you get that control, you force it. You risk it for a chocolate biscuit, and the timer, you know, it's not just, oh, they have to go and defuse it. They have to deal with all of you. And yes, even if some of you die, it is a sacrifice you have to be willing to make. We don't care about the stats. We care about the winning. I think if you're going and you're pushing for kills instead of focusing objective, you are being kill goblin, and you deserve a paddling, to be honest. So that's a paddling.
That's a harsh assessment, but perhaps it's the discipline that these teams need. XZ winning out that early trade. I was going to ask, you know, when do we see XZ actually make a break towards B side? Apparently, now is the time.
Well, absolutely, and Juliana's going to start off this collapse by getting a cheeky little shot there, so it's now a 4v2 situation, but again, well, I take it back. I was going to say they're not planting, but there we go, the plant is going down. A little quick trade coming through. All left down to Reaper here on the Sova. Going to try and get a little bit of a pot shot, but doesn't quite manage to land on anyone. The plant has gone down. It's now a retake situation. It doesn't look great here.
No, and this is, you know, we're talking about the ability to reset. Giuliano makes it happen for XZ. They're back from being a team that was looking like they were out of control in this game to one who are now convincingly winning rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it would be interesting to see if they clock onto the fact that, hey guys, we seem to actually win when we force objective. Perhaps we should keep doing that. Oxygen keep getting a bit too aggressive or not reacting quick enough. So we should take advantage of that.
I mean, that's what makes, you know, these kind of esports and generally any kind of sports endlessly fascinating. Is it's always a different game. Even if you're playing perfect Valorant, it's going to be a different perfect Valorant depending on who you're playing against.
Absolutely, and you know, I think, you know, a lot of these players, they don't need to go for kills. We know they're good players. Like, we literally know you're good players. We've seen it. We've seen the stats get padded in the previous maps. This is the last map of a best of 3. You both need to win. Oxygen need to react more. XZ need to focus objective. Simply put.
Well, XZ, they're back up to their old tricks again. No casualties so far. Ness is, of course, hyper deadly as Mimi gets knocked down. Zizo with a nice hit there as Ness brings out the blades looking for the play. But what's this? XZ, they have exited the site with quite some speed. They might outmaneuver Oxygen here.
Potentially, again, it's a... I understand Oxygen's hesitance here when they're keeping a player at that A site and one in mid, because it is like, oh, is this another bait? But there we go, Nariel is going to take down Tracy as well, and it's very undefended, so of course, again, the spike can go down. Oh, that's such a shame, but I understand. I would be cautious too if that was an absolute bait. If they were just pulling back a little bit to trick us into thinking that they were making the rotate there. that's a really good play coming through from Exit, to be honest. Oh, it's counterfeit.
Round the corner is Giuliano, escapes out. Reigns are the one to get taken down. Ness is still here. The knives are out for the play. Jumping across and delivering a whole heap of trouble. Short range sniping firepower as the defending Killjoy will go off. Caesar is hidden though, so they won't get found out and taken down. That will be a defender win.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, I can't tell if Zizo was thinking that it was a kind of tactical timeout situation, or whether they were just unaware of the defuse going down there. But either way, well played there, Oxygen, for pulling that back, even after the old bait and switch.
Alright, so Oxygen and Except almost tied neck and neck in our final game of the day. Final game of our on-stream quarterfinals. I'm going to ask you, who are you feeling is going to take this one? Because it feels too close to call, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
I can't actually, yeah, it's as you say, it's too close to call, but I think it's more the fact that both the teams are making mistakes, and this is what I was worried about going into this map, where it was like, perhaps because the pressure's on and they both need to win, it is that third and final map, like whoever loses is going home here. The pressure is on, but there's so many mistakes being made from both sides that it's a little bit like, are you all overthinking it a bit too much? Do you have to kind of, again, we've seen them the last two maps, they've been beautiful at just being back to basics, doing very good, solid, competitive Valorant. But there just seems to be, a lot of overthinking here on both sides. And I can't call it, honestly, I can't.
Well, they'll do it for us. Oxygen and Exet, only one advances into the semi-final stages. Every play, every move each of our players makes hits, they could be the one that wins or loses your team that place in the competition. Pressure's on. Oxygen will grab the first couple of kills before Reaper's taken down.
Absolutely, and more players of Except getting whittled down as Ness gets a beautiful pick there onto Giuliano, but the plant is going down. Can Oxygen shut this down? No, they can't. The plant is stuck. It's now a retake situation. Ariel in a very tight angle here. Oh, great! The Zizo was aware and they weren't, and there's a second onto Petra as well. Location has been revealed, but it does not matter because that defuse can go down. They have clutched out that situation.
Oh my gosh, putting the Gnar in Nariel. Oxygen draw even 6 apiece, which means we are headed into our second half with not a single round between our teams.
No, and Val is, again, think about how this matchup has gone between the two of them and how evenly balanced it has been. And again, to go into the second half on that 6-6 even split, that should be very obvious to everyone how much these teams are matched up against each other. Like well matched as well. And again, I really do think this is going to come close to the nail with this. It's a little bit scary. The pressure's really on. I feel for them. I feel for them so bad right now.
Well, let's see if we can get a different approach to offensive play. Except now on the defense, they're committing themselves in hard towards the A site with one mid and one over on B. Area control is going to be massive, of course. As what's this? Oxygen, they've got something new in mind.
Absolutely, Bazizo is ready and waiting for them. Significant amount of utility being dumped there to prevent that push, so it all seemed to be for nothing. Again, no one's died yet, which is great. 1 minute on the clock, and both these teams playing it very well.
Alright, so we've got ourselves a standoff for the time being. The Oxygen moving across to B once again. I love that we've seen Oxygen try something new here. You could definitely tell how unnerved it made the Exet side to suddenly have a approach that they hadn't even considered in their own half.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. And now there seems to be a bit of a a transfer towards the A site, but the spike is being taken to B.
left.
The utility is getting dumped. That plant is going down, Counterfeit.
And it's good. Just like you said, Oxygen Esports not wasting a second of that ticking time. Now for Xset, they realize they've been outmaneuvered, they've been bamboozled. Petra
Revealing
needs
area.
to get a little bit of information for the squad. Does manage to... No! Recon Bolt killed before it goes through. Charging on the Xset squad, but they are falling to pieces. Mimi does get one back, but drops in return. This is a huge round for Oxygen.
Absolutely, but that defuse is being stuck there. No, it's not anymore. Giulianos have to come off the defuse, and they are going to have to try and win out this 1v3. They pick up one of them, taking down Ness, but again, this round is ultimately lost because they have to pull back, and they're not going to be able to find these players and get the defuse down.
Somehow that doesn't turn into a kill, as Giuliano actually falls victim to the spike explosion on the way out. Nicely done from Oxygen Esports, commanding the map.
Yeah, that was really strong from them, and again, it's interesting because if Oxygen now come through and kind of stampede a little bit, that's gonna be a little bit surprising to me. Again, I think this is gonna be a lot more evenly matched. Yet again, I think that the way the last two maps have gone, it would be surprising if Oxygen suddenly came through now and got, like, 6 rounds in a row. I probably jinxed it now though.
I mean, that's one of the things we casters are here for.
There's
is
nobody
to
on
make sure...
B, and they're going for an immediate B rush. Oh no, Counterfeit.
What? Wow, so Xset apparently was so impressed by what they've seen from Oxygen so far, they thought, we can't hold a push unless the entire team is here. Intruder alert, well put by our observer there, because Oxygen, they have intruded onto the B site, got the plant, and they've gotten out without taking a single shot.
I am literally sat here with my hands on my head in disbelief. What did I just witness? I really want to know the logic behind stacking your entire team there from the start of round remaining.
That was
There we go.
brutal!
Oh my goodness.
Alright. Based off of that last round, Grace, are you starting to feel like we might be seeing one of our semi-finalists coming together here?
Do you know what? I'm gonna say no because I think Xset have
Ooh.
learnt that. Well, as I say, they've learnt their lesson. We're gonna start seeing a bit of a stack up around A again.
There's no way they do it a second time.
Well, no, they've got the Viper there on B, and again, if you've got a little bit of utility at least there to try and, like, block off a line of sight, or at least, let you know, okay, guys, they're doing this again. Everyone can react to that, but I just think everyone's way too far away right now on A for anything positive to really happen. I mean, again, never say never, and they are kind of dilly-dallying with that spike a bit, and it looks like they are actually going for a rotate, so I think Oxygen got cold feet a little bit there.
This is one of the rare occasions in these recent rounds where Xset are the ones to pick up first blood, so seems like Oxygen were faking out towards B, maybe hoping to get the A point evacuated, and that has worked for the most part.
Again, we're going to see some utility get used here to stop any push from there. I think they're ready and waiting for it every time here's Zizo on the stage, but Petra's going to get the pick onto Rain set 2, whittling down ever more the side of Oxygen Esports, who, again, it doesn't look like they're completely determined as to where their execute is going to come from.
Yeah, this is definitely not what we've gotten used to from Oxygen Esports in these last few rounds. Their confidence seems to be crumbling before our eyes as their carefully laid plans getting picked apart by Xset. Resurgent in the round. They've still got the jet in play. Ness is still the one to rely on, but no. Oxygen, they're all gone. That winning streak is gone as well.
Yep, and it's I think if they committed then a little bit more to B, they probably would have got away with that a lot sooner. I think, yeah, they did just get cold feet all of a sudden, and it kind of got a little bit awkward there as it was like, okay, well, the shot call needs to come through, and it seemed like there wasn't really any call coming through too quickly. So I think they just need to strongly, firmly pick up pick a side and just go for it.
Yes, perhaps it's just a little too clever for their own good, Oxygen Esports, with the old fakeroo. Certainly giving Xset the opportunity to get back in without that time pressure you mentioned a couple times already. That has been, was so effective from Oxygen before. Big, decisive plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're going to see this wall come up, and it's going to allow for a little bit of coverage here so they can get into position and get that plant down. Everyone's setting up nicely. Again, they're really good at setting up for the actual execute. It's that setup. It's making sure people are in position to deal with the defense.
No, the plant's been cancelled from Oxygen. They've fallen back with burning it through the Sage heal as well. So, for Xset, that's a first victory on bringing things back to even in our third game of the quarterfinal. Oxygen, they've got a decision to make here. Where next?
Message sent.
I mean, well, Zizo is going to take their gun to Felipe's face next, but obviously that is a prominent opening pick for them to get that utility off the board, especially when it comes to how Oxygen are choosing to play their attack on these sites. You really do want to get that Viper away and get rid of that coverage.
Does not seem like Oxygen are willing to leave the B site until they've scouted out the A site thoroughly. Right now, that is what Rainsa is doing on the Killjoy. Reporting back to the squad, the A site is free for the taking. Means Oxygen are on the move.
Certainly so, but so are Xset. So again, they're probably going to run into a bit of trouble.
10 seconds left.
I think everything's synchronizing nicely between these two teams at this point. We're seeing these trades come through again, and I agree with you. Maybe Xset are about to. Okay, maybe not. Maybe Oxygen are going to get cheeky 2 kills in their bag, but there we go. Defenders have won. I mean, it's a tricky one, really, isn't it? Because obviously they're even Stevened again, but there's nothing I can say that's really going to be like, oh, this is really, really difficult for both sides. I think at this point they're both still overthinking, and they're both trying to think about what each other's doing to such an extent that it's actually to each other's detriment.
Oh, I absolutely agree. It felt like there was an opportunity for Oxygen to make the commit in there, but they faltered. They weren't sure what Xset had for them. This time around, though, Oxygen going a lot more bold onto the A site itself, but Xset's defenders, they're quickly rushing out of the B site to try and react.
But again, it's ironic because I was saying that in Xset's attack they were getting this control and then not getting the plant down. But with Oxygen, it seems to be they're not fully committing to getting that control. They're setting up nicely for it, but they're not fully committing to it. If something goes slightly wrong, then they kind of back off a little bit.
It's costing Oxygen here as they are being bled out in this round 17. Giuliano comes through huge, taking out Ness in this round and picking up kill number 4. It's a flawless victory for Xset and an invitation to try and take even more.
Absolutely, and it's only a few more rounds for both these teams to get in order to win out this best of 3. And the later and later we get into this map, the more the pressure is going to start stacking and stacking. And I suppose my main concern is if they've been overthinking since round 1, that presumably is only going to get worse.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you've got the pressure of knowing that this is potentially the end of the line for the tournament, you don't want to be the person. I mean, we don't know who the strategic shot caller for Oxygen is here, but you really don't want to be the person who makes the wrong call here.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it's interesting. We're seeing a lot of timeouts being utilized by these teams, and I think rightly so, because it has been so evenly matched that you do want to have those moments to be like, oh my goodness, okay, let's sort this out. Let's actually sort this out right now.
I mean, certainly Oxygen, they seem like the team most in need of a reset, so I think wise to formulate a new plan. It's back to the B site for them. We'll see if they'll make the major commit, because Xset it looks like it's going to be ready with full forces. That B site doesn't look so appealing.
It doesn't, but again, it's now seeing if they commit to it or if they decide to rotate, and if they do decide to rotate, how quick that rotate is going to come through.
Oxygen getting held up on the approach to B. for the X-Set members. They are still holding in the center and A, so not going to be fully baited out. We can see Oxygen, they are here in force. They've got everyone for this push.
Everyone indeed. And again, we're not seeing any adaptation. Maybe we'll see them go back a little bit, but again, A is being held by players of X-Set still, and there's someone mid, so the defense is set up really nicely here to deal with anything that Oxygen try and do.
Racer does at least get the numbers advantage for Oxygen, which may well open up hostilities for them. They've got a nice coverage across the point with the Viper wall, and Oxygen, I think they've got their entry here. Now it's down to Zizzo. Tizzo to try and save them. Ness is better on the duel. The point is surely Oxygen's now.
Spike
Oh, but the
down.
plant is denied. Giuliano overshot to the face, taking out
30
Philippa,
seconds left.
making sure that plant does not go
One
down.
enemy
Oxygen
remaining.
still needs to get that plant stuck. Nariel is going to pick it up and try and go for it. And there we go. A nice quick cleanup by Reaper there. It's going to allow Oxygen to get another round in the bag. And again, evening this up to a 9-9. This is getting way too close for comfort.
Absolutely is. Oh my gosh. So yeah, for Oxygen, it felt like it was going to be one of those previous rounds where Oxygen kind of went undernard backwards and forwards, but I think getting the pick off there made the big difference for Oxygen to get that confidence to force the play onto the B side.
Absolutely, and I suppose the main thing as well watching this is obviously both these teams are absolutely trying their darndest right now, and I am concerned if, as I said before, the support staff of whoever wins now, they have to go against tomorrow, and how much work will actually be done overnight, especially when there's a lot here that they can work with essentially.
No, you're absolutely right, and that's the big difference maker between a good team and a great team, is that ability to use that very limited amount of time you've got here to its maximum ability. Oxygen, they need to try and salvage this round, and they have drawn even 2 unanswered kills. Lets them go right up the middle of the map, diverging across to the B site, where the Viper's Pit has already been deployed. It will not find value for X-Set.
Spike
as
down B.
the 2 kills are traded.
Yes, indeed, but that spike is picked up and the plant is going to
Spike
start going
planted.
down again. And there we go. The plant spike has been planted. 2v2 retake situation here for X-Set. They just have to find their positioning. We've got a nice little pinch coming through here as Crazy has
player
rotated,
standing.
but is
One
ultimately
enemy
shot down by
remaining.
Nariel. Mimi is going to trade that back immediately though, but she still has Reaver on the Sova to find, and there's still some utility in pocket the Reaver can use, but realistically I don't think she will. I don't think she'll waste it just yet. I think she's just going to hold a passive angle and wait for the time.
Scanning ahead.
Trying to bait out Retha. Oh my gosh, if that had been looking in different direction, Hunter's Fury firing through the wall. You can't make the defuse when you're full of holes.
Do you know what? Fair enough. I think I don't know whether I call that a wasted ult because it is coming really down to the wire. So of course you want to use everything in your arsenal to secure that win. But I think maybe the swing out and saving that ult a little bit would have been beneficial. But I completely understand the logic there. I think I would have done the same, to be honest.
Placing sentry.
Well, it got the job done for Oxygen. It certainly put them back into the lead with quite an appreciable bang. Except now behind as Giuliano out here with the blades immediately. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was a little bit dirty, a little bit nasty. But X-Set do have a lot of utility in their pocket. I'm pretty sure their Sage has that ult up as well. This is getting way too close for comfort. Like, I almost don't want to watch.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine how our audience, how our players feel. I mean, Ness with all, the weight of the Oxygen esports squad on their shoulders, as Giuliano taking a trip through the air gets knocked out of the sky.
My goodness, Nariel absolutely cleaning up them. Essentially, Nariel has all of A just to herself. It's going to distract the remaining Sova here. And that spike, once again, can go down. And very limited information for Pet to work off here. They need to try and work out where that where that plant has actually gone down, because again, they would have got the call about A and they would have got the calls about B. So it's anyone's guess as to where that spike has gone down right now. They just have to make a decision, and ultimately there we are. Very tricky situation to be left in, and Reaper is going to clean them up, and that's Oxygen taking another round.
One step closer to the semi-final stages. We seem like we might be coming to an end here in the quarterfinals, but of course, we never know for sure. Xset, they fought back from harsher odds before. We can see Ness with 23 frags, but Nariel almost catching up on them with 18. For Oxygen, they seem to be on the right path, but they're not at the end of that path by any means.
No, and this is interesting. It looks like they're going for an immediate B, A rush rather. Okay, we're seeing the utility go down, and again, it's going to come down to if do they get that control and does that plant immediately go down. They've been pretty good with it so far, the last few rounds. They've been pretty good with it, to be honest.
There are defenders here from Xset though, so we'll see how that initial engage going. Giuliano waiting out some of that utility which is initially being thrown in, including that slowing orb. Except they haven't tipped their hand yet, but Giuliano is taken off the field. This is big bad news for the Xset squad as they are getting ripped apart and they can't defend.
Yes, indeed. Zizo trying to go for the rotate, but ultimately they're actually going to go for the revival onto Giuliano as well. Extra players means, presumably an extra bit of gunpowder behind you, but they really have to work now because these attackers are just set up perfectly. Petra, however, is going to get the pick onto Rainsa, and Zizo is going to take down Reaper as well. Ness is going to trade that immediately out, though. It's 3v3 even.
Ness is doing an absolute murderous job here, even with the rest, as Zizo Tizo is going to be jumped down onto. No! That's 4 kills for Zizo. Xset, they hold on from what looked to be a lost round.
And again, crawling back to try and even this out. This is just so close. I don't think I've seen a game this close in a very, very long time. These two teams are absolutely giving it their all against each other. And yes, Oxygen are 1 round ahead, but I again, never say never. Xset could very easily suddenly turn around and get 3 rounds in a row now. I really can't determine what will happen with these two teams. They're just phenomenal plays.
I guess, since we've got this timeout to work with, with Xset being behind here, what kind of strategy would you think would be most likely to succeed for them? If they're going to turn this game back around and somehow take this final game.
I suppose it's just ideally trying to waste as much time as possible. Which again, I think this is a hard map to do it on. Because again, there are those choke points, and you can use utility to prevent that push, but there's such little space that needs to be covered for the attackers to actually get onto a site and get the plant down. Ultimately, is this going to come down to how they choose to adapt, and it's we're seeing an overextension. I don't think that is the play really there at all. I think that being a bit further back, because then it allows for a quicker rotation.
I have the spike.
I honestly can't say.
All right, so let's see. Going into round 22 of Game 3 of our quarterfinals here at the July Huntress Trials. Except, they're not a team to count out here. Oxygen, they've done some very good map play as Retha uses the owl to try and scout out the point. Not finding too much in the way of defenders here means that Oxygen, they've got carte blanche to head right onto the A site and make that early plant.
Yeah, indeed, that plant is starting to go down, it sounds like. And there we go. Spike has been planted. The control was taken very quickly, and they took that opportunity. That is what I like to see Counterfeit.
It works so well. We have got a defensive killjoy coming out, which should open the space for getting back on to the spike. That is, I suppose, the disadvantage from making that early spike plant, is you're vulnerable to having this kind of counterplay done.
Yes, certainly. It is a 3v5, but Xset really have to make the plays. Now they have to go for the defuse. Maybe do a little bit of the distraction lobby and get someone to just stick that defuse. And there we go. Tracy is going to go for the defuse, but these players are going to rush upon her, and there's not a lot they can do. Oxygen are winning another round, and it is now match point.
Match point.
Wow, this has been an incredible journey so far. Oxygen, former champions, Exet getting denied by last tournament's finalists. Both teams worthy of the top spot, but only one is allowed to go any further than this.
Placing
Oxygen
swamp grenade.
poised for victory. It's one game away.
This is it, right? Like, both of them absolutely deserve to win right now. I don't care what anyone says. Both these teams deserve to win. They have played brilliantly, to be honest, brilliantly. And again, I'm going to be really watching a lot of these players going forward because I think that they are genuinely built different.
For Oxygen, no major commits as of yet. No damage being done either. You can see that Exet looking a little uncomfortable right now as Giuliano gets caught. Which means the A site is now lightly defended. Mimi is there with her turret, who can see the space being used by the Oxygen esports to try and overwhelm Mimi's defense. Is dropping down, but now Mimi picks up kill number 2. Could it be a third? Not quite. Where is the rest of Exet though?
A little bit risky right now, the Viper all the way on B, but that push is strongly and firmly coming through from A, and I don't think they're going to make a rotation this late, although, actually, what is this? What do my L5 see? It looks like that spike is actually being pulled back and away from sight. I think that's a little bit of a time waste. I think they should have just forced their way in, tried to get some kills and stick the plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly as you said, it's working very well for Exet to try and bring us back to even. If they can just delay the game, 25 seconds left on the round, this could be it. It's 3v2, Exet have the advantage, Ness is gone, and with it, perhaps the hopes of Oxygen, unless we see something truly spectacular.
Spike down A.
I think that was a little bit, yeah, there was a little bit of a time waste there. It allowed Exet the chance to get that extra player onto the site. It's ironic really because I think sometimes Oxygen can be a little too aggressive, but in that moment they weren't aggressive enough. And again, I understand, you know, pressure's on, it's match point and you really want to secure that dub, but you've just allowed Exet to crawl back even more. And this is, again, it's too close for comfort. It is way too close for comfort.
I think thoughts of comfort are so far from our team's mind right now. That's, you know, this is the moment that is going to forge or break your team. For Oxygen, they are so close, they can taste it, but making a mistake here can cost them everything. If we get to go to, you know, the overtime, that would be devastating for Oxygen.
Deploying drone.
It really would. Again, they can't afford to let that happen, in my opinion. You know, they want to be able to win this tournament again. And go again. They will be, if Oxygen win, they get their revenge arc. They get to go against Project X and take revenge for last season. So yeah, not the time to be making any mistakes.
Crazy up on high will fall back, seeing that Oxygen have arrived in force. The plan has not been made yet. The Petra's going to try and gather a little bit of extra information. See, they're coming down onto the site. Still, Oxygen have not committed as of yet. Apparently, they're still concerned about whether or not this is the right play. Rita drops down. Time might be running short for Oxygen here to avoid overtime.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nariel's going to get the pick, but it's immediately traded back to Giuliano, also taking down main sub, but Philippe is going to trade that back by shooting down Petra. A 3v2 situation. The spike still needs to actually go down though, but Ness is going to make the job a lot easier by whittling down the opposition further into a 2v2. Takes that back, the spike has been planted, and Ness gets the pick onto Giuliano.
This is down to the wire. Baby! No!
Attackers win.
It's over! Oxygen Esports are headed to the semi-finals. Exet gave us one hell of a fight, but it wasn't enough.
Do you know what though? Like, I think that was probably, like, in any title, in any tournament, that was probably one of the most exciting best of threes I've seen in a long while. When it is that close and it's coming down to the wire that much, it is just phenomenal to see. And again, I'd say, to be honest, personally, I think that both those teams played so much better in the first two maps But I completely understand why there may have been a little bit of a struggle on that third one. As we've said many, many times, the pressure was completely on. You had to win that map. It was do or die, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going through a 3-game series, I mean, we were feeling it from here. That was an absolute, meat grinder for our teams to go through there. To know that they had to keep their focus all the way up to the end there. And, just imagine being the player at the end and says, "I'm really sorry, I lost the round. I lost the round that could have kept us in the tournament. If I just looked the other way or made that slightly different decision." That's such a hard thing to ask from anyone.
Absolutely, but Mimi got one pick and it was ultimately, a 1v2. They are going to have someone there for the refrag. It's very difficult to be in that situation, especially when both those players on the attack were so close together. You can only react so quickly. If they both go to shoot you at the same time, as an example, you can only shoot one of them in retaliation. So it's a tricky one. Mimi did all she could there, but ultimately, Oxygen, they just came out on top. And again, looking at the scoreline of the final map, 13-11, that is a really good scoreline. So even if you were X-set, it's like, yes, you've been knocked out in the quarters again, but look at how you played. Look at all the kills per rounds that your players were getting. Look at the fact that you did completely drag it out every single time. You were so evenly matched. You kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And I would not be disappointed if I was going home as X-set right now. I'd be like, okay, that's how far we pushed it this time. Next season, we can definitely do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of at all. I mean, Mimi and Giuliano definitely taking the center stage there. I mean, looking forward to these next games. For X-set, they're, while they have to bow out now, for the Oxygen side, I mean, Ness and, Nariel in that last game in particular, pulling out some astonishing performances, perhaps even finals-worthy performances.
Absolutely, and again, Oxygen potentially, we haven't quite got the result yet, I don't think, for that Project X game, but if Oxygen get to... Oh, wait, no, we're going to get the little bracket up right now, so...
Okay, so Origin going through to the semi-finals, and yes, as you said, it looks like the other quarterfinals is not quite done, but on the lower side, we do have Gangsters versus Chat Band, who will be taking part in the lower semi-finals on the way, of course, to our grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if Project X win against Toxic right now, Oxygen, they get their revenge arc, potentially. That semi is going to be spicy if it's Project X versus Oxygen. If Toxic get through, Valiz, that's a new team coming through that's actually kicked out Project X. Last season's winners, so that's equally as exciting. This again, it's what I said earlier about how each season it just seems to get more competitive and more competitive and more exciting. And I think if today is anything to go by, tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. It's going to be filthy.
Well, it's all going to be kicking off at 12:15 time in British summertime, and so right now it's 21:36 if you need any assistance with working that one out. And of course with the grand finals immediately afterwards, so we're only be showing you one semi-finals because we've got a lot of Valorant to get through tomorrow. Of course, we've seen some astonishing stuff already. Our quarterfinals, legitimately great, have been as good as any finals could ever ask to be.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think we could have asked for any better quarters at all. And I think, again, tomorrow is going to be so exciting. So please, everyone, please tune in. Even if you're fans of X-set and you are sad to see them lose right now, please tune in tomorrow and watch the rest of the teams and support the rest of the teams, because these rosters have put in absolute work and they deserve your support and they deserve your love and chat.
All right, guys. So again, the Huntress trials for July will conclude tomorrow with our semi-finals at 12:15, followed by the grand finals once both semi-finals are done. You do not want to miss it. It's been a fantastic show so far. Our teams have got so much more to give, so I hope you'll join us again tomorrow.